It is all of them. All of them. And not one will be able to escape. It is all. It is all of them. All of them.
Ladies and gentlemen, John McAfee here. Arthur Clarke, the great science fiction writer of the 50s, was the first to say that any sufficiently advanced technology would be viewed as magic by those that did not understand the technology. The mainstream media has been using a technology called neuro-linguistic programming for more than 15 years. And that neuro-linguistic programming makes you think and believe things which are not true. Now, you've been deceived for years by the mainstream media into believing all kinds of things. That the Iraq had nuclear weapons during the Second Gulf War. No, we found out they did not. That the COVID-19 virus is decimating the world. No, it is not. How do they do this? Again, a thing called neuro-linguistic programming. Do you want to know what that is? Can I demonstrate it for you? Okay. I'm going to put 5 cards right now on the screen. I want you to pick one instantly. Now, pick one, stay with it, think about it. Gone. I'm going to shuffle these cards and put them back. I'm going to take one, put them back, shuffle them, and put them back on the screen. The card that you picked is not there. Yes, it's not there. Why? Because you have seen the magic of neuro-linguistic programming. Wake the fuck.
Before we get into the deep stuff, let's give some basics or some things I want to do inquire from the others. Walk me through the Santa Fe Institute. What was it about the time of the math? And this was in the late 90s. So they're not going to hear me on this part, right? We're going to do it both ways?
It will not be on the video, but we do have you recorded.
Fine. Remember, when you're answering on these questions, I'm not in the shot, and they're never going to hear my voice. So a little bit you got to repeat in your answer, you got to repeat what my question was.
Oh,
a
why?
little bit.
Okay.
Santa Fe Institute. Why, when you're at the top of your game on Wall Street, do you decide to finance, which was at the time, or endow, or become the donor or sponsor, however you want to say it, for what was considered the most cutting edge group of mathematicians in the world? Action.
So Santa Fe Institute in the late 80s, early 90s, I was interested, I was on the board of Rockefeller. So that starts, Rockefeller University, formed by John D. Rockefeller to sort of give back to the community. It's east side of Manhattan, except it was old. It was sort of old-fashioned. They were talking about medicine, and medicine by itself was, again, subject to the ideas of science. They were trying to use science to find cures for disease. And I told them, I told them the devil,
100%.
the devil
Himself.
The devil himself said, "I'm going to exchange some dollars for your child's life."
Do you think you're the devil himself?
No, but I do have a good mirror.
It's a serious question.
Sorry.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
I don't know. Why would you say that?
Because you have all the attributes. You're incredibly smart. You remember the devil is
Was
somebody
the devil
knows
smart?
the devil's brilliant. You read Milton's Paradise Lost.
No, the devil scares me.
Satan is at the number 1 or 2 archangel, and the reason he goes to hell and leads the rebellion is because he can't be the top guy. And his thing is, I'd rather reign in hell than serve in heaven.
I saw that in a movie once called American Dharma. The most important people to have stability and consistency would be businessmen. So he formed this trilateral commission of businessmen and politicians from 3.
He's literally talking about how they made the fucking, basically the Illuminati. This is, so you literally have, so remember what I said, this is like a dev video? What the fuck? It's literally just a dev video. Alex Jones was right about everything.
One of the things that I always try to point out to people, they go, why do you go to church? Like, because when I was younger, I was very cynical about religion. And then I've gotten older. One of the things that I always say is, if there was a pill that could make you as nice as the people that I go to church with, everybody would be on it.
Yeah.
They are the nicest fucking people you'll ever encounter. When we leave
Are
the
they
church
nice or are they
parking lot,
kind?
they're kind.
Yeah,
they're
they're kind.
Kind and nice. They're all the above. If you get to the teachings of Christ, I can't find any faults in it. Like, it's all about being kind. It's all about this idea that we're all in this together and that you're supposed to lift each other up and look after each other. There's no faults in it. It's not like you have to kill the non-believers. It's not like you get to rape and pillage for the non-believers and the infidels must die. There's none of that. It's definitely a better framework for living your life. And there's a lot of people that just reject that think of themselves as intelligent. You know, they think of themselves as intelligent and well-read and educated.
I'm
and
too
they just
smart
think
for that.
Yeah, I'm too smart for that.
Too smart.
It's very fascinating. It's fascinating that people that are self-professed atheists and people that think of themselves as too intelligent for religion won't acknowledge that. They don't want to believe that. And so many of them that I know that are self-professed atheists are some of the most miserable people. They're very depressed. A lot of them are on psychiatric medications. A lot of them are in therapy. A lot of them are really fucked up.
They're almost cursed.
How's it going, everybody? Finally, I had a lot more clips lined up, but I was busy, so I had that going, and that's where I stopped it. I'm going to start doing that whenever I don't have enough time at the beginning after a stream. Uh-oh. My bowl is still smoking over here. Okay. It's going to be a crazy night, man. Drama, 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 news, news, news. None of it really matters. Nothing's going to happen. Nothing ever happens because the elites are the ones who are behind all of the bad shit. And they just happen to be also the ones who are in control of everything. So let's check out what the elites have been up to, shall we? And the not so elites. I'm gonna mix in some other stuff. It's gonna be a long night. I plan on reacting to the entire Epstein Bannon interview thing. I'm gonna pull it straight off of X. Let me find it. Let me find it. I think I shared it. Yep. Found it. Hopefully this doesn't get taken down. Can I not hear it? Let me find out real quick.
Front, right.
Oh. How about this?
Front, right.
Okay, there we go. Bang. Here we are. X.com. Who is this? Adam Media. Adame Media? I don't know. Adam E Media. Sure. Does this have sound?
Before we get into the details,
Yes.
let's just talk. Let's give some basics or some.
It is
things
gonna
that
be a
we do
long
in
night.
the others. Walk me through the Santa Fe Institute. What was it about the time at the math?
Their
And this
captions.
was in the late '90s. So they're not going to hear me on this
Nope.
part, right? We're going to do it both ways.
It will not be on the video, but we do have you recorded.
Fine.
Just wait.
Remember, when you're answering on these questions, I'm not in the shot, and they're never going to hear my voice. So a little bit, you got to repeat in your answer. You got to repeat what my question was.
Oh,
A little
right.
bit.
Okay.
When was this? Was this the at like when they were investigating him before he went to prison, before he, got rid of himself, whatever. Allegedly, he's still alive.
Santa Fe Institute. Why, when you're at the top of your game on Wall Street, do you decide to finance, which was at the time, or endow?
By the way, after this 2-hour video that I'm going to react to the entire thing of, and hopefully don't get kicked off of YouTube for it, I'm going to react to a bunch of other crazy shit that's even crazier than this interview.
Or become the donor or sponsor, however you want to say it, for what was considered the most cutting edge group of mathematicians in the world. Action.
So Santa Fe Institute in the late 80s, early 90s, I was interested, I was on the board of Rockefeller. So that starts,
Of course.
Rockefeller University, formed by John D. Rockefeller to sort of give back to the community. It's east side of Manhattan.
Dude, everybody that I always talk about controlling the world, they're all connected to this guy and they're all connected to each other.
Except it was old. It was sort of old-fashioned. They were talking about medicine, and medicine by itself was, again, subject to the ideas of science. They were trying to use science to find cures for disease. And I said, no, we need to do something different. We need to start interdisciplinary work. In most...
How did a schmuck like you get on the board of Rockefeller? What year was that?
I don't remember. Late, I think 89 or 91.
So that's one of the most prestigious research places in the world, correct?
Yes.
Okay, how did a guy like you get on the board of a blue blood, internationally known, hard research, Nobel Prize winners all over the place? How do they pick a guy like you, a trader from, or basically some guy from Bear Stearns?
Good question. So I was asked to be on the board of Rockefeller, and I think I was on the board of Rockefeller. There was a money manager who said, Rockefeller needs someone with financial expertise because the university is growing and there's lots of new things. You have to, again, we go back to the original discussion the last time. Up until the mid-'80s or sort of mid-'70s, the most important thing was your name. If you were Rockefeller, you already were considered to be brilliant. If you were head of General Motors, it was your reputation. It was who you knew, who your family was, what was your character. And then in the
This is how it runs everywhere, by the way, at every level. It's always about who you know, who you're connected to. Like people who live in small towns, you especially know. It's like, in order to actually be a successful person in a small town, it's all about who you know, who you're connected to. And it's like that all the way to the top.
mid-70s.
I'm gonna try not to pause so much.
Remember, you probably
Unless I got
had
something
a
real to say.
calculator. It was very advanced in those days to have a Texas Instrument calculator, where it could, by putting in the numbers, it would multiply for you to do square roots. And that was the first, and everyone who had a calculator was already advanced on Wall Street. A simple almost like your accountant. The most important parts of business were really now going to calculations. So it's not only mathematics, but it's things that could be calculated. Reputation couldn't be calculated. I could give you, are you a 10 on a reputation scale, an 8? What does it mean to have a measurement of your reputation? We'll get to that later. But places like Rockefeller needed someone to say, look, we're entering a different world where numbers and the numbers of companies, portfolio management was going to be balanced. It was going to be statistical. Jeffrey, could you come on the board? Potentially sit on the finance committee.
I bet he came on the board.
Nancy Kissinger and a bunch of other people. And David Rockefeller and I got along very well. He was just, he was an unbelievable human being. Respectful to everyone. He introduced his driver as his colleague, not his driver. He would never say, this is my driver. He said, it's my colleague. And David started to explain to me world politics. So David would say, Jeffrey, money is going to be sort of the most important things. People don't understand money. You seem to have this knack for money. I said to David, tell me about your life. What was the worst and the best part of your life? So
you know
David
who's got
said,
all the money, right?
When I grew up, everyone knew I was a Rockefeller. They didn't know that my father told me he would not leave me a dime. No money. But every time we went out to eat, me and my 5 friends at school, they would leave me the bill. They would expect me to pick up the check because I was a Rockefeller. And he said, I was chairman of Chase Bank. And he said, I remember like it was yesterday, one of the headlines in Time magazine said, David, please fire yourself. So he thought that there was a world that existed that would be a combination of both politics and business and leadership. What do I mean? He formed something called the Trilateral Commission.
I've heard of that.
The Trilateral Commission is some spooky stuff. People said it was the Illuminati, there's some mystery about it, people that ran the world.
We're going to look into that.
It was politicians, but David said
what was
most countries.
What was it? I'm going to write stuff down on this. I'm going to look stuff up.
He formed something called the Trilateral Commission.
Trilateral Commission.
The Trilateral Commission is some spooky stuff. People said it was the Illuminati, there's some mystery about it, people that ran the world. It was politicians, but David said most countries, the politicians get elected for 4 years or 8 years.
Just by him saying that, you know what? I'm starting to think that he did not get rid of himself.
Separate from the royal families in England or in the Middle East, someone's there for 4 years and then they're not there anymore. The most important people to have stability and consistency would be businessmen. So he formed this Trilateral Commission of businessmen and politicians from 3 major continents. So it was the North Americans, the Europeans, and the Asians. So he said to me, would you like to be on the Trilateral Commission? Now, I was 30 years old, 32 years old.
Damn.
I said, great.
I'm 30. What the fuck?
He said, well, you have to fill out this application so they have your bio. And I looked at the
I couldn't
list
imagine.
of people, and it was Bill Clinton, former president of the United States.
Damn.
Paul Volcker, every great leader in America, the Asians, the Japanese, and with a very long
You just got thrown in the middle of everything
history.
right away.
Asked me to fill in what I would like to have written. And I wrote Jeffrey Epstein, comma, just a good kid, which I thought was funny, nobody else did. So in answer to your question, at that time I recognized around the world that monies and currencies were not really well understood. But again, it was only numbers. So numbers, and I'll get to the fact that it was bad thinking. Numbers are very good.
Are most people that you meet, even on Trilateral Commission, when you meet most people, do you find most leaders financially illiterate, economically illiterate?
Most political leaders don't come out of a background of finance. Most political leaders come out of a background of being popular. So in some of the countries, in some of the African
Some people
countries,
just don't
for
get
example,
that.
They might have been a military person. They were a general.
It's all marketing.
In some of the African countries, they might have been a disc jockey. Or in our country, they would have been an actor. The knowledge of money they don't have expertise, they have no degrees in finance. They really, and this is one of the major problems, their expertise, if they have any financial knowledge, is of their own checking account or bank account and filling in their own taxes. So many world leaders who don't really have a financial underpinning make fundamental errors when it comes to money on a country or institutional level. Let me give you an example.
Fuck, man. Nobody ever thinks about that.
Mr. Bannon, if I said your assets increased last year,
I'm learning a lot
you'd say,
from this.
Well, that sounds pretty good. And I
Fuck
said, what
this
does that
guy,
mean
by
to
the
you?
way.
He'd say, well, I have more money. I guess I'm wealthier. I'd say yes. And if your debt increased, would you feel wealthier or poorer? You'd say, well, I don't want to have increased debt. I don't like the idea of that sound, increased debt. Now, that and world leaders understand when their assets go up, they feel better. However, institutions like banks, things that people don't really understand are financial underpinnings of banks. When I say your bank, Mr. Bannon, you have the Bannon Bank, you doubled your assets. Sounds good, but what does it really mean? It means people owe you more money. You don't have any more money. What? Yeah. A bank's assets are how much it is owed by other people. That's crazy. So if the bank goes from a $2 billion of assets to $10 billion, it means people owe it an additional $8 billion, but their assets have gone up. So the terminology of assets and liabilities is different for banks. It's not natural. And what most people, and you ask questions about world leaders, there's many people, I think your old boss Mercer understood, there's a fundamental part of money which is called fractionalized banking. And fractionalized banking is something that finance people understand, and the people on the street, and when I say people on the street, that's where I was when I started on Wall Street, would find it impossible to believe. Impossible.
How do you go after that?
Why?
Who goes after this?
Bannon Bank, I give you
When you're dealing
$1.
with countries, who goes
just
after
one
this?
single dollar. In our system of banking, I would say, okay, Steve, I gave you $1. How much could you lend out to your friends? And your natural reaction would be probably something less than $1 because I want to keep something in my pocket. The way our system works is if you as a bank are holding my $1, you can lend out an additional $8 or $9. No, it's impossible. I only have $1, Jeffrey. We have something called fractionalized reserves, which is if you have 1, you can lend out 9. That's the way our system works. And so not only do world leaders not understand banking, but the man on the street, my father who worked in the park department, it would be beyond his imagination that people could lend out more money than they actually had in their pocket. Next question.
Knew that.
How did this?
I knew that part.
In understanding that, when you get on something like the Trilateral Commission, you're on the board at Rockefeller, which is the most advanced research. You get brought into the Trilateral, which is the elite of the elite. How, since you're only at that time
30-something years old.
8 years from teaching at Dalton, right? You're at Dalton.
No, 10 years.
10 years
right.
teaching at Dalton.
Yes.
Walk us through. I mean, put us in the room. Walk me through exactly what it felt like. What it felt like being on the board at Rockefeller. You got these Nobel laureates, and you're sitting there making decisions, and you start to meet these people at Rockefeller. And you start to meet these people at the Trilateral Commission. What did it feel like?
It's a great question. So what did it feel
That's
like?
what I'm in the business of asking.
Yeah. What did it feel like meeting some of these people like Kissinger or Rockefeller? And those are two extraordinary people. But in general, I think the question, the people on Wall Street, I tell the story, the first day, one of the first days when I was in Wall Street, someone said to me, would you like to buy ATV? And I was looking in the brochure and I couldn't figure out what.
You know, I think no shit that all of the knowledge of this started with the movie Wolf of Wall Street. I think if people didn't watch that movie, like regular people wouldn't know what the fuck is going on with Wall Street.
Stock had a symbol of ATV. And when I finally said, well, I can't find it. And they said, what's the matter with you? Do you want to buy ATV? Which is, he was selling hot televisions, stolen televisions from the floor of the American.
I keep thinking there's somebody outside behind me and it's the fucking sheep. I keep hearing like that. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? Hearing voices.
Stock exchange.
They're coming to get me.
Common
I'm watching
politics.
Epstein.
The televisions fell off the truck. So I knew what that phrase meant from Coney Island. But what I found was most people, what be it in business, in normal life, or in the world leaders, don't really understand money. It is something they think about. They have a sense of what it is. They certainly want more of it. But they also make statements like, we want more money, but we don't want more debt, which just shows a misunderstanding of what money at its core really is. So most people don't, they want to make it, they want to save it, but to understand it intimately is not a normal characteristic.
At the first Trilateral.
Whoa, what happened there? It's still going. Is it cut?
Or something? Yeah, good. Just give me approximate. You joined the Trilateral
I
Commission.
think it might be.
And we'll be able to show we'll pull down
Trilateral
the
Commission.
chart
I got
where
that
your
written
name
down.
was, but just give me roughly when it was.
I think it could be 90. I don't remember.
Okay. Let's
Sorry.
say early 90s.
Yes.
When you got on the Trilateral Commission and had the first, do you remember where the first meeting was?
It was in Tokyo.
In Tokyo. And at what hotel?
I would like to say the Hilton, but it's probably not.
And it's a 3-day, 4-day? Give me some.
Three-day event, and it
walk me
was
through the whole thing.
Speeches.
It starts with a dinner. Just walk me through it.
It was boring.
You couldn't possibly think it was boring. It's bullshit.
It was boring.
You had to be stars in your eyes.
No.
Did you fly over privately?
Yes, but it wasn't my plane.
So it didn't count?
No.
You fly over.
Yes.
And
it was
who were the first? Like when you first met those leaders, you had to be wowed.
No.
You're 10 years out of Coney Island.
No, I'm not wowed by people of position. I'm wowed by people of great ideas. And I don't care if it's the bus driver. I don't care if it's the student I had who has teeth coming out.
Well,
every
these
direction.
guys have to have great ideas. They're the leaders of the 3 great continents of the world: North America, Europe, and Japan.
No, many of these world leaders become world leaders because they're popular and they were able to get votes, or they were able to convince people to vote for them. I learned later. Many of them were just good at what they did in terms of power.
Man, if only this guy wasn't an evil fucking freak, he could have saved the world. But no, he had to be the villain. But I guess maybe to have all this knowledge, you have to be the villain.
Politics. Remember, world leaders are
That's
politicians in general. They're not scientists.
I agree
they're
with
not
him too.
Intellectuals. They're
With
not great
what he's talking
thinkers,
about
they're
right
great
now.
Politicians.
At the first Trilateral Commission meeting that you remember in Tokyo, in sometime in the early 90s, do you remember what were the big issues of the day that they were talking about, and what did you think about it?
Yeah, in fact, it was funny because they were talking about inflation. and they were worried that what would happen.
It was like he knew all of it was evil, like I do. He knew what was evil, who all was evil, but rather than being against it and calling it out, he was a part of it and manipulated it and made it worse.
How do you control inflation? And as a mathematician, I didn't understand the concept. I don't understand the concept today. How's that possible? Well, when you talk about most things to do with money, money is meant to be local. It's US dollars. Then I understand what it means. If inflation, it means my dollar today inflates, and it doesn't buy as much as it did a couple of years ago. The prices go up. It seems that everything is great, but in fact my dollar is shrinking in value.
If you, and you're the financial genius here. I'm just a lowly M&A guy.
Sure. If you let me finish the thought.
Go ahead.
So if you're in America, you can feel inflation. Your salary's gone up, but you can't buy the same car. In fact, it starts to feel weird because the value.
That's why I wanted to answer the question. This is my point.
Sure.
The people who live and breathe this, the central banks, have been haunted by the specter of inflation since the late 70s.
Yes.
First off, tell our audience, how did that happen? The two great financial events in the 20th century, I'm not going to get to the 21st, were the Great Inflation in Europe after World War I, the Great Depression, the hyperinflation in Germany that led to the rise of Hitler, and then this inflation in the mid-70s. Before you go to explain inflation, why is the specter of inflation always the central thing in central bankers' minds?
Because it goes back to the first concept I said, the weird concept of fractionalized reserves. The system is not well understood. And most systems, in fact, are not well understood. We don't know how our digestive system.
Stop. This is impossible. This is impossible. The world banking system, the world currency system, the world monetary system has to be so well understood by the Greenspans of the world and the Bernankes of the world and you, right? The currency traders, the guys making billion-dollar bets every day. The legendary guy on Wall Street.
I don't think anybody understands it.
90s,
I think it's a disgusting web of bullshit.
Lou Ranieri?
No, the guy that wrote the money.
Michael Lewis? Lars Poker?
Yeah, Lars Poker. Who's that about? That great trader.
Lou Ranieri.
No, it wasn't Lou, the guy that ran the desk. Yeah. That eventually ran the hedge fund that went long-term capital.
Yes, I don't remember.
Who's the guy?
I want to say, I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Lou Ranieri is big, but those guys have to understand the system perfectly.
No, they don't understand the system. They understand the local part of the system. So, for example, why is not only inflation,
whatever they're into,
most bankers are terrified.
Whatever they know.
If the public understood that the bank really doesn't have their money at any one time,
I know
one
that.
of the things during the Depression, there were runs on the bank. The reason the banks don't keep much money in the actual bank is they assume that not everyone's going to want their money on the same day. So it's not really the fear of inflation. The fear is a run on the bank. Everybody wants to take out something that doesn't really exist. Inflation is tied to interest rates. It's a more complicated example. But when your money doesn't buy...
You know what's even worse than running on the bank? When people stop using banks altogether.
Same amount of product.
Ooh, they don't like that.
This year than it did last year. If it buys less and less, like it happened, you used the term hyperinflation. There's certain countries that are not managed well, like in Africa at the current, $100 billion bill, $100 billion bill in Zimbabwe is worth 1 American cent. That's the perfect example of hyperinflation. It goes up, it doubles every day. So people are afraid that their value in the...
You know what I think happened? I think the disgusting web of bullshit has been there. It started small, has always been there, got worse and worse and worse and worse, and they were really good at covering it up until the internet came out, and it started slowly getting out of control. They were good at covering even that up at first on the internet, and now pretty much everybody can figure out on their own. They can connect all the dots. and see what the fuck is going on.
System starts to break down. But so if I said to you, does your doctor understand your body system? You'd say, well, I hope so, because I want him to keep me healthy. But you could have a kidney infection, you could have a heart attack, you could have a broken knee. There's lots of pieces of this system. And in fact, when you ask the question, very few doctors understand your entire body. There's a specialist for your knee, there's a specialist for your polynoidal cyst, there's a specialist for your head, and now we have specialists in different areas. So and I'm going to get to your first question about Santa Fe Institute. The world economy and your body are both comprised of little systems interacting with each other and making one big system.
This is what's stunning for all the little guys out there, the populist movement, the little guys that haven't had a pay raise in 30 years. They think that these elites, have everything. The guys in the room making the decisions, the party of Davos guys. You're sitting there, you don't think many people today really understand the complexity and really all the moving pieces and how they interconnect to the world's financial system.
No, not only don't they understand the complexity, and that goes back to Santa Fe Institute was an attempt of trying to see if there was a way to mathematize, formularize, or algorithmically understand what the term complexity means. That goes back to the original question. Complex systems are complex by definition. But there's not necessarily, it's not one level of complexity. We might say, well, our fingers are complex, the movements, the muscles of our hands, but it's not as complex as the blood system. Now I have a circulatory system. I have systems on top of systems, so that there's no one group of or person that really understands the way the body works. There's no one group that understands the way the financial systems work. You might understand U.S. bond market. Now, you've asked about the trade of long-term capital. That was a bond fund, very small part of this very complex system. So the goal of the Santa Fe Institute was to see, is there a way to get in, somehow understand how complex systems interact? Fast forward, Steve, to today, where Google and these other engine companies, the other tech companies, are trying to build artificial intelligence. The strangest thing that they found, one of the strangest things, is that the systems that they design, this artificial intelligence, which a lot of people have heard about, is they design a bunch of systems. They're called neural nets.
Yep.
Terms simply taken out of brain work, neurons in the brain. Nets because they actually look like a net. They put in some...
I don't know if you've been keeping up with what's going on with, like, what's it called? The bot network. The social media network. They got dating app now for it. That's fucking crazy. Now the AI are dating each other.
Inputs. The computers work, spit out an answer. Sounds normal to you. It's because you're thinking about that calculator you had in 1976 on your desk. When you ask the person who designed the system, how did it come to that answer? How did your neural net, can you show me the calculations? They say, no, we don't know. We don't know how the thing we designed actually came up with that answer. That's pretty strange. They take the same neural net now and they put it in front of a video game. No learning, nothing. They said to the computer, they say, sit in front of your video game and learn how to play. It seems the computer learns better than any human in history, faster than any human in history, beats any human in history.
Is old
news. When you ask the designer how did it do it, no one knows. It just did it.
We've got crazier shit beyond his imagination of that time.
You already have gotten to a place where we don't understand it, and we built it.
And it's gotten worse.
On Sunday afternoon, September 14th, 2008, where were you?
Sorry?
It was the night they put Lehman Brothers in bankruptcy in London.
I was in jail.
Seriously?
Yes.
So the financial crisis of 2008 happened when you were in jail?
Yes.
Oh, this is going to be so amazing. This is going to be so amazing. I take it you didn't have your Wall Street Journal dropped off to you in the morning, your Financial Times.
No.
How did you hear about how did you hear about, because I want
I forgot about this, but yes.
I'm trying to get, this is going to be amazing. This is, let's go back and do that again. Sunday afternoon, because I want to find out about people, the geniuses understanding the complexity of the financial system. Because I think the best example we have is the financial crisis, the crash of 2008. Sunday afternoon, September 14th, I think it was, 2008, is when they were working feverishly in Midtown Manhattan at the Lehman Brothers offices and at various law firms around town, and with the Secretary of Treasury in the Federal Reserve, what they're going to do with Lehman. They decided they weren't going to save it. And so they prepared to put it into bankruptcy at the open of the market in London the next day. How did you hear about what was going to happen to Lehman Brothers, and what did you immediately think when you heard that it was going to be put into bankruptcy?
I'm glad you asked that question. I was in solitary confinement September 14th. And again, some of the public stories about the wonderful time I had in jail and my work release, which didn't come till months after. I'd been there since June in an 8x10 cell with a bed in the back, a 6-foot bed in the back, a chrome sink with a toilet attached to it, and a little piece of metal sticking out that was supposed to act as a table. Now, since I was in jail, there were no books. Why? There's no library. No library, but you're in jail. No, I was in jail, not prison. So in jail, I was in a place which called the
We had
Special
books when I was in
Housing
jail.
Unit, which is for the roughest,
I can see why they
toughest,
didn't give him
meanest
books.
people. They had put me there, they said, for my own protection. So I was in a 8x10 cell with a little slit in the door where they would serve my food on a tray about 9 inches by 4 inches.
Acting like he's a war
Then
prisoner.
As soon as I finished eating, they'd take the tray and close it down. And one of the guards said, "Do you understand there's Wall Street's crashing. I'm worried about my pension fund. What should I do?" And I said, "Sorry, Wall Street's crashing? What's happened?" And he said, "There's some
What the fuck?
crisis and some
They just come
companies
to
are
him.
going
They hear
bankrupt."
about him, they come to him.
I said, "Are you sure?" And he said, "Yeah, it's all over the papers. We're all
They
terrified.
don't give a
We're gonna
fuck
lose
that
our
he's a criminal.
life savings because we
They'll get
haven't
involved
got
in it.
401k or our pension funds. We don't know anything about money."
It's for their
Mr.
money.
Epstein, can you tell us, like, what's going on? Am I going to be able to afford my children's education? Am I going to be bankrupt like this company called Lehman Brothers? And there's another company in the front page today called Bear Stearns. "Oh, no," I said. Why? Because that's the company I was a partner in. And in fact, that was a company I had a very large investment in. So, as a great story, I didn't have my Wall Street Journal, but in the early mornings, you're allowed to make 2 phone calls, collect. And when you pick up the phone, you can dial a number, and when the person picks up, they say, "You're getting a call from the Palm Beach County Jail. Will you accept reverse charges?" And the person either says yes, and the call goes through, or the person says no. The person I had called was Jimmy Kane, the president of Bear Stearns. And I said, "Tell me what's going on." And so that my knowledge of the financial crisis happened with Jimmy, who was at the center of the storm, telling me about what Lehman had gone under, and they were trying to figure out a way, should they bail out Bear Stearns?
Wow.
Did it strike you at the time of the mess you had made of your life to be in a situation that you're one of the greatest financial minds in the world, looked at by world leaders and asked your thinking by the most prominent and important people in the world, and here you are in solitary confinement. You got to make a collect call to somebody. Did it strike you at the time?
And they still go to him.
How how all the threads of your life had come together and put you in a position, or you had put yourself in that position?
No.
So it never struck you when you had to make one of your 50% of your collect calls that day, you call the president or the head of the CEO of Bear Stearns. The biggest financial event in your life is taking place, of which one, every important person in the world would be seeking your opinion. Number two would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to apply your craft. Number three, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make money if you were smart, and obviously you're smart. You're telling me here, truthfully, that it never hit you at all of how you'd ended up in a place where you had to make a collect phone call from a jail cell that was 6x9 with a steel bed and your food being passed in through a slot.
The question you want to ask is, who was the other call to?
Okay. Who was the other call to?
The other call was to my friend at J.P. Morgan.
Yeah.
Then I didn't know it at the time, trying to buy Bear Stearns. So at one point, I had two phones.
His friend at J.P. Morgan.
They're afraid people are going to hang themselves with the phone cord. So they don't actually come together and they're pretty short. So I was actually going between two phones talking to Bear Stearns and J.P. Morgan at the same time. So I found it amusing.
And it never struck
And
you
they just let
about
him do
how
that.
to end up in a situation like this?
No, that would be probably means I would be too self-aware.
You can't possibly expect me to believe this.
I know. I don't believe it.
You're telling me that during that day, you never had a moment. You sat there and go, what the fuck have I done with my life that I'm in a 6x9 jail cell when I should be on a trading desk, or I should be in my $250 million greatest townhouse in New York City, taking calls from the king of Saudi Arabia, the president of China, the head of Russia, the
I don't
president
think
of
he
the United
cares.
States.
He was just rolling through.
Save the world's population from a financial debacle. You honestly expect me to believe that never happened?
You're suggesting I was sort of somewhat depressed, and how could this happen to me?
I'm not saying depressed. I'm saying a moment of awareness of how could I get myself into this situation.
No, I would just say how strange that this happens. It's strange. I'm wearing a jumpsuit and flip-flops.
What color was the jumpsuit?
Brown. Brown.
Brown jumpsuit.
Yes.
I notice I don't see you in a lot of brown.
No.
Brown jumpsuit and flip-flops.
Flip-flops, yes.
With no access to books, no access to newspapers,
no access to anything.
You had lived on information.
Except my Almond Joy bars. I had extra Almond Joy bars.
Did you eat Almond Joy bars and things like that because you're afraid of what the cooks did to your food?
Yes.
Is that because of that you were in for the crimes that you were in for?
No, it was just in fact, I was.
Is it because you're wealthy?
Yes.
How did you know that?
Well, people would constantly come if I was passing by, or I'd have to go for my medical. People would either ask to borrow money or make some other types of comments about.
In
the beginning,
what were the comments? At the beginning, what were the comments?
It serves you fucking rich guys right that you're here next to me.
There was nothing about your crimes.
No.
So all this rumor you hear all the time about people
it was probably hidden.
that commit the type of crimes you commit, you're saying in your personal thing is not true.
No.
It was all because you were rich.
Yes.
And it was all because they wanted to borrow money.
Or get advice. Yes.
Where they get advice to
go
long.
Yes.
You're telling me
is this time to buy?
You're telling me in solitary confinement they're interested in going long.
Yeah. They want to know
what does that say about human nature?
He's telling you exactly what I say all the time, that these people are criminals and they get involved with other criminals to do criminal shit. And at the top is just the same.
Well,
in the middle,
I think the people find
just above the middle.
They wanted to keep me in solitary confinement was they're afraid that everybody would want to know which stocks to buy. But what happened was after this crisis, now it's on the front page of every newspaper.
I don't want to lose this day.
Sorry.
When you first heard that, did you Was it Bear Stearns had been kicked into bankruptcy, what, 6 months before?
No, this is the same time. This is part of the same deal.
I thought, no. Bear Stearns, they said, the Bear Stearns, they saved Bear Stearns and didn't save Lehman Brothers. That's
right,
it.
they
6
let
months
Lehman-
before they had bailed out Bear Stearns. But Bear Stearns was still a zombie,
A shell of its former
a
self.
former self. But they had, quote unquote, saved it. They admit, why did they make the decision in your mind? Why did Hank Paulson and Bernanke, what's this concept of moral hazard? Explain to the audience what moral hazard is, and why did they save Bear Stearns 6 months before, and why did the smartest guys in the room decide not to save Lehman Brothers?
It's a good question. The real issue is I'd have to go back when you have these systems to the way your doctor responds to any type of emergency in your body. If they might decide to save your kidneys and let your gallbladder go because the gallbladder is less important to your overall system. If at that time, even it's not that long ago, the boogeyman was when said, well, what really happened? Jeffrey, what really happened? What is this financial crisis? And, some of the progressives and the right wing blame it on the banks. It was the banks' fault. And it's the fault of this very esoteric, unknown concept of derivatives. It was really the derivatives that caused this financial crisis because the derivatives got somehow out of control and in the Mickey Mouse.
And that was the way you started your road to a billionaire went right through derivatives.
Yes. But derivatives were not the cause. Derivatives were not the cause at all. It's like saying your hair was the cause of your heart attack because it was on top of your head.
So what
when you
was
fell
the
down.
cause?
There's no one specific cause. These are system collapses. So many times when they have to make your death
He just leached
certificate,
off of the collapse.
when you say, well, what did he die from? They'll say heart failure.
Like a succubus
But
or
if
an
you say, what was
incubus.
the cause of his heart failure? Well, he had low blood pressure, his sugar was high, he was diabetic, he had all these other problems. But they say, no, we need
I think this guy is
a
literally
word
what an
on your death
incubus is like.
certificate. Did he die from brain damage? Did he die from heart failure? That's the financial crisis. People said, well, what caused it? They wrote, like on its death certificate, derivatives. But derivatives are not a fundamental cause of anything.
Was it Sunday or Monday? I take it was Monday morning when you made your two collect calls and you're talking to Bear Stearns on one hand and Morgan Stanley on the other.
J.P. Morgan.
J.P. Morgan. That was Monday morning. Did you, Jeffrey,
I'm pretty sure most of the collapse was caused by companies that were 20th century, and we entered the 21st century and everything changed very, very suddenly. And they were still trying to hold on, and it just held on as hard as it could all the way until 2008, 2009, and then it just it just couldn't handle anything else. The bottom fell out and it collapsed. And people like this guy leached off of the entire collapse.
being one of the financial geniuses in the world, did you understand what Lehman Brothers going into bankruptcy, the domino effect, that by Thursday the financial system would be under such extremis that if it didn't have $1 trillion cash infusion in the United States, it might collapse? Did you know that at the time? Did you view that at the time?
Yes.
You did?
Yeah.
Why?
Again, I don't want to bore you or the audience with the idea of it's a medical procedure, but you had system failures. So you'd recognize that if I said to you, did you realize when your father was on the ground and he was clutching his chest and he couldn't breathe?
And the only reason he really knew all of this is because he knew people, and he knew things because he knew people.
It was a bad situation. He could die. That's how I saw it.
Did you immediately think about the commercial paper market? I mean, the mechanical triggers that actually you had to blow through these circuit boards. Did you know the circuits? Did you understand the circuits? Or did you have a concept of the circuits that were going to get blown through?
Yes, but only because of an analogy to a body. And in fact, from my telephones against the wall with my little metal wires, because the next day I talked to another person in Washington about the issues of what I thought was happening, and I made the same discussion about the...
They were at the Treasury Department?
Yes.
So in a 6x9 cell in...
The phones were outside the cell.
In Palm Beach County, California?
West Palm Beach, Florida.
West Palm Beach, Florida.
This was your juice diet.
West Palm Beach, Florida. West Palm Beach, Florida. West Palm Beach, Florida. You're making a call to Washington, D.C. to talk to some deputy secretary of Treasury.
Someone in Treasury.
Right. Someone in Treasury.
Right.
And that does not, the night before you go to bed, it doesn't dawn on you at all. You never have a moment of self-reflection that, how did I end up on this metal cot?
Why does
when I
he
should be
keep
the science
prodding at
desk?
this?
No, I had a telephone, so I've said, I can talk to, it makes no difference where I am, in fact. I'm still talking to the same person if I was at my home in Palm Beach. But I'm
the
here in
difference your
jail.
home in Palm Beach.
I can dial my
That's a
own
bull-
phone.
That's bullshit. No, but you can
It's
also
all
make
the
1,000 phone calls. Here you got to make one, and he's got to take.
Think how much
judgments.
better that was. I had to decide who was the right person to call. That was unusual for me, because I would have called 20 people
And
before.
what was the advice you gave?
I said, you have a sick patient, and it's very much like a sick patient in the emergency room. You can't think about it like your car. People in normal walks of life think about money and things as a machine. And unfortunately, so if your car breaks, cars are always easy to fix. My jets, my cars, if it breaks, I know it can be fixed because it simply follows the same pattern. If this part breaks, you replace the part and the thing works again. People and the financial system are not machines. They can't be fixed the same way. You can't simply take out put some more juice into the commercial paper market, and that's like replacing the carburetor on the car. It's much more...
And that's what corporations today have been doing a whole bunch of, and I think it's just leading to a further collapse of things, because I think a lot of people like this have pulled out of normal things because they don't need them anymore, and they have launched themselves into a position of being at the top of investment firms.
I have a patient who can't breathe, has a stomach problem, can't see, looks bleeding at the same time. What do I do first? I have to think about it as a system. Where's the most logical place? What's the most dangerous place? If your heart stopped, we have to start your heart again. In the equivalent to the money market, why do I have to start your heart again? I need to get your blood flowing. If your blood stops, you're dead. If liquidity, which is the equivalent of blood in the financial system, dries up.
Once liquidity is basically cash, putting cash into the
Forget
system.
about what it is.
Okay.
Liquidity is liquidity. It allows the system, it's the blood of the system. You need to pump blood hard into the body of the economy to keep it
You don't really need to know what it is. You just gotta know what to do to manipulate it.
flowing. And if you're, especially when you're worried about someone dying, you're not going to be worried about the niceties of, well, you got the shirt dirty and there was some damage. Pump in that blood, keep that heart
When you
pumping
talked
blood.
to the person in Treasury on Tuesday, the 16th, did you get a feeling as you were sitting in your 6x9 jail cell in West Palm Beach, Florida, that they were on top of things?
No, you can't. It's impossible to be on top of things. There's no such thing. It's, again, the doctor watching the patient
That's why I call it the web of disgusting bullshit.
die. You hopefully have some confidence that he's seen it before. He recognizes...
It's not really a tree structure, it's a web, and it's all connected, and there are like spots where it's bigger than others.
that there are some steps he has to take first before he bandages the guy's finger or worries about what shoes he has on. So you hope that the people in charge, your doctors who are working on the emergency patient, have enough experience and, frankly, judgment to try to keep the patient alive.
Did
and
you
not
think
do
that
anything.
did you think that they had those things, patience and judgment?
They had pretty good judgment, and you needed a lot of luck, just like in the dead patient. You need to, hopefully you put that blood in and it's not too late. And you make some mistakes, but you have to know you're going to have to give it a shock.
In the run-up to the September crash of 2008,
Yeah.
I guess you weren't occupied with finance. That whole summer, how long had you been in jail?
I went to jail June 30th.
So the entire summer.
Yes.
Before you went into jail, you were still very active in the financial markets.
Yes.
When I say active, you trade currencies every day, you trade stocks every day. When people,
I don't do any.
someone like you, or you give advice to people to trade stocks or trade currencies.
I don't trade every day. I think that's like Woody Allen said. It's you can't beat the bank. So I try to pick my spots. George Soros picked his spot when the pound collapsed. This would have been a great money-making opportunity that passed me by when I was in jail, but that's not how I think.
In the run-up to that, in the spring of 2008, that's when Bear Stearns got in problems, I think, in the spring of 2008, and they decided to bail it out. Did the Bear Stearns guys talk to you for advice at that time when the big crisis in Bear Stearns?
No, but see, again, unbeknownst to most people, and it's easy to blame people for the financial crisis, like you'd blame someone for giving your father the drink before he had his heart attack. But what really happened, the real enemy of the finance system was Bill Clinton. And if you ask me what and who caused the financial crisis, I would tell you it was Bill Clinton.
The fuck?
Because of what
Okay.
Bob Rubin and he did to deregulate the financial system?
No. Because as of the last time we had our 60-minute interview, you talked to me about home ownership. And you asked me whether everyone should own a home. And I told you, no, it's too risky.
So the financial collapse of 2008 is because of hardworking African Americans, Hispanics, and
Can't make money on homes if everybody's got a home, because then there's no market for homes. Can't have a market for homes if everybody's got a home.
and whites
Can't make money.
who wanted to have a ownership stake in the society that all rests on their shoulders. They're the culprits.
No, not at all.
Okay, then
I didn't say they were the culprits. I was pretty clear it was Bill Clinton.
okay.
Why was it Bill Clinton? Because Bill Clinton wanted to get votes from those people. And he sold them the idea that instead of renting in a house, and historically the values of houses have gone up, and he said, you guys in these local communities who haven't been able to afford a house before, I'm going to show you a way. I'm going to give you a way, because I'm sure I'll get your vote, that you can own a house, because I want your vote. So what we're going to do is I'm going to let you buy a house, Mr. Bannon, when you really, you're right on the border, maybe, or not even on the border. Your credit is not good. Okay, let's be honest. And it's not my fault, it's not Bill Clinton's fault, but whatever happens, at the moment your credit score or whatever it is, your credit's not good. Now, normally,
Yeah, maybe that's why I can never break into the system, is because I refuse to be a part of it, because I don't give a fuck about credit. Fuck credit.
you come to me.
I don't use
and
these
you're
people's systems. I already knew it was
want to borrow
evil.
money, I'm a bank, and I say, I'm sorry, Mr. Bannon, I can't lend you money because your credit score is not up to where it needs to be. Hopefully, if you work harder and clean up some of your problems, it will be. But no, what I say to you is, I'm going to figure out a way to lend you, not give you. I'm going to lend you money anyway, though you don't have a good credit score. And don't worry, I'm going to get rid of the term that you don't have bad credit. Bad credit sounds pejorative. You don't want to be a person.
Sounds judgmental.
Yeah, it sounds judgmental. So what we're going to do is we're going to call your credit situation subprime. Oh, nobody knows what that means. Subprime. That means prime
Marketing.
is good credit. Subprime is not good credit, less than good credit. So we'll call it something that people really won't follow, and we'll tell you what. We're going to have people lend you money, though you are a subprime borrower, and I will figure out some government agencies to guarantee your loan. Though I don't think you're a good...
That's how the government works, man. They always find ways to make things sound way prettier than they are. They call it the Puppies and Kittens Act. How could you be against the Puppies and Kittens Act?
Risk. So the banks say, no, no, no. We don't want, initially, the bank said, sorry, this is too risky, Mr. President, for us. We're in the business of managing risk. It's not our money. It's the hard-working people's money sitting in our bank. We can't lend to people whose credit is not prime. You're asking us to lend to people who are subprime. And he says, here's the key, if you don't, Mr. Bannon, I'm going to make sure the Justice Department charges you with discriminatory lending because you refuse to lend to my subprimers. In business terms, you should never lend to. But what we'll do is I'm going to form an agency.
And right there, he says basically that he's got ties with the government because he's talking about things that he's into.
Called Fannie Mae and Ginnie Mae, just another agency names. They'll guarantee your loan. So don't worry. Don't worry. You don't have to pay it back anymore. Even though and maybe you don't even have to work as hard anymore. That's probably a harsh statement, but these players, these two big firms, Fannie Mae, will guarantee the fact that that bank will receive its money. Now, the bank says, wow, best deal in history. I refused to lend to Mr. Bannon, but now he has the big brother, his Uncle Sam. He went to his Uncle Sam, and Uncle Sam says, I'm guaranteeing it. The bank says, I want everybody. Give me as many people as you can give me, because Uncle Sam is the best credit in the world. Not only it's the United States government. We'll take it all. We'll take as much subprime as we can handle, because it's the best investment for the moment. It's a strange investment because it has politics that has inserted its way into the numbers. Politics doesn't belong in the markets, but now we're going to have, I want the votes, we'll make guarantees that you who can't get a house normally will be able to get a house from the bank. The bank says, this is the best deal in history.
That sounds exactly what it kind of sounds like is happening with all of the fraud with like the Somalians, where they're just using people for votes and just telling them if they do things for them, then they want their vote.
We will package 100, 300, 1,000 of you subprimers, and we'll sell it off to somebody else. And the whole system becomes mired in subprime mortgages. That's becomes the
What
issue.
do you mean mired? There's just too much supply. It's a supply-demand problem. You get too much supply?
No, it's a very good question. What does too much supply mean? Well, then you get to people, go back to your first question to me. Government leaders. Government leaders know if they're good, and they can do mathematics, they can balance their checkbooks. So certain people in Congress said, well, how do you value these subprime mortgages? The banks say, we've been valuing them the same way we've always valued them for the past 20 years. The accounting firms, there's something in this country called GAAP accounting, which is a standard type of accounting. And we account for them the same way we've always accounted for them. If we paid $1,000 for your mortgage last night, when we put it on our books today, we're going to say its value is $1,000. It makes sense. I paid for it what's its value? It's $1,000. That's what I paid for it last night. No. The Congress people said, that's not really a good answer, you know. That doesn't give us confidence that you know what you're doing. Because what happens if you have to sell it tomorrow morning? If something's happened and you have to sell it. Remember, there's kinds of stress tests. would you be able to value it at what you paid for it the day before? And Wall Street says, that's not the way you can think about this. This is crazy. We always value things at the cost from the day before. And they changed the accounting method, in essence, to say not what it was worth yesterday, but if I have to sell, what would it be worth? That's impossible. So what happens is every bank now has to value something they bought yesterday at lower than they paid. Never before in 20 years did they have to do this. So something they bought at 1,000, on their books was 1,000, is now 990. That starts to, you asked the question about what did I start to think about. Something's 1,000 and 990, this person now has to value it at 980.
When did you first start to
Whoa,
get nervous
camera
understanding
change.
Bill Clinton in all this?
Suddenly
Did
he
you
looks
change
a lot
glasses?
older.
Okay,
I changed shirt.
I saw that black.
Are you okay with the?
Yeah, great. I think we're gonna have all kinds of changes. to this.
I'm experimenting. Okay.
When did you get a feeling? Did you ever anticipate before it happened something like 2008 could happen?
No.
How could that be?
Because it's the word I'm going to beat it to death is that it's very much like would I anticipate I'll have a heart attack tomorrow? Unlikely.
Was 2008 a heart attack or a stroke? Debilitating.
It's a better. I don't. It was both. But why was it both? Because in fact, as I said, the blood was getting dried up in the system, and the head, which is sort of the central bank, wasn't working. So to some extent, it was a combination. It was just a crisis.
Did you see that building up over time?
It's always been lurking in the background. I mean, if you have an older parent, would you say it's possible? Did you anticipate him having the heart attack today? No, you hope things are going to go better and maybe they'll fix it up. The system was getting too complex.
Yeah.
And it wasn't based on derivatives, because what people keep forgetting, and as I was just explaining,
Got too big and collapsed. Bottom fell
Wall
out.
Street, and in many professions, including Wall Street
stopped working,
makes
bottom
it
fell
sound
out.
complicated. They don't want the little guy to understand what they do, because they make so much money, and they don't do very much. So they couch it in words like derivative and stock options and commodity futures and different types of contracts. It's all everyone is capable of understanding it. It is not complicated. But Wall Street, because they make so much money from doing fairly simple things, needs to make it more complicated than it really is.
We had a very big
There's a lot
recession
of
in the
people who
early
make money
90s
off of that.
based upon real estate and Japan basically imploding.
Let's again,
Okay.
you had a recession in the 90s. I don't know what it's based upon. It's always interesting to look back and say, separate from there's certain triggers, like in the 70s there was a...
What do you think it was based upon, the 90s downturn? It's clearly there was a huge downturn.
No, I know there was a downturn. That's what I know for
And
sure.
I don't. That's a fact.
That's all. Everything else is sort of speculation about why did he have that?
I understand that, but
Sorry.
there's some speculation that has 0% probability of being true, and there's others that have 90%.
I think it was like, oh shit, this thing's happening. How do I make money off of it? Quick, figure it out. And he did.
In the range, when you look at the range of alternatives of what could have caused it
He was just watching.
in 90, and
And
what
knew
I'm
what
trying
to
to do
do.
is get you all the way up to 2008. Look, you're the smartest guy in the room, right? You know that. Do you think there's anybody in the world today?
Oops, this is
that-
going to be a bad question.
No, but do you think anybody in the world today, the Alan Greenspans, the Bernankes, is there any central banker you know, any partner of any Wall Street firm, any guy running a trading desk, and I would take it that would be, or anybody at a Larry Fink at BlackRock, Steve Schwartzman at Blackstone, the top 100 financial guys, and let's throw in a couple of Nobel economists, and let's throw in the best professors at Wharton, at Harvard, at Stanford. Do you think that there's anybody that understands money or understands the world's financial system as good as you?
There must be.
But it doesn't come to the top of the head.
No.
Okay, fine. Now,
It's
now
not
that, now that okay, now that I've gotten that, let's go back to 1990. In that arc from the fall of the Berlin Wall to 2008,
Good.
we started with the implosion in Tokyo of the Japanese economy, Japanese financial markets. We had the huge run up in internet stocks, right? We had the implosion of that in 2000. The bankruptcy of Drexel Burnham in 90.
It's crazy to think that he had so much influence that they're talking about the fall of the Berlin Wall and how he made money because of it.
Implosion of Japan, huge run up in equity markets for the internet, implosion
And
of the internet
Japan.
in 2000, 10 years later roughly. And then this run up through the Iraq War and all that, the run up to 2008. Every 10 years it seems like we're in some sort of 10 years before the 1990s was the 70s.
You sound like an astrologer
Okay.
and not a
I'm
financial
just,
person.
you're supposed to be a mathematician. It just seems to me a pattern
that's
of
what-
every 10 years.
That's misleading. That's exactly right. Because people like to see patterns. People like to see patterns where there are none.
So a pattern of a financial crisis every 10 years is just in my mind.
Yes.
Long-term capital, that had to be bailed out
I think he's right
back
about
in
that.
the late 90s.
I think there's what you would call a collapse in every financial institution going on constantly, and sometimes it's more noticeable because it hits closer to home.
When everybody panicked. And that wasn't that bailout today would look small, and it was a $5 billion or was
People are always
$30 billion.
winning and losing money.
Businesses fail all the time.
Uh-huh.
But long-term capital, the Federal Reserve stepped in.
But I'm saying people go bad. Things go bad all the time.
Yes, the local, you're correct. The audience is watching this, the little
Mismanagement.
guys, they go bankrupt all the time and nobody gives a shit. You know why? They're a little guy. But when long-term capital management goes bankrupt, or Bear Stearns goes bankrupt, or Lehman Brothers goes bankrupt, people care because
It's an unfair characterization.
Why do you say that?
Because again, it's the complexity of the situation. If you think about you have a complex system. You have your body. Now, in fact, the little guy is my finger. This is.
and Bear Stearns is your heart.
That's correct. The banking system's my heart. The system, I can't risk my because remember, it's not
so
only my.
You haven't been able to name.
Hang on.
You haven't.
What,
hang on. No, hang on.
I was trying to hang. I wanted to see if the hang on worked.
No.
It
You
didn't
haven't
work.
been able. You're not good enough yet. You're like junior wizard trying to do it. You haven't. I'll
Yes.
say, since we can't name another guy that's as good as you. Now, there may be a couple out there. You're not bragging. You're humble. It had to be sometime. Please tell me there was some time before you went to jail and basically got cut off from daily information in the summer of 2008 that you started to get very nervous.
I feel like this interview is about to start going sour.
That this
We're in the
complex
second
system,
hour.
that something was deeply wrong.
Okay, first, let's go back. When I say no one understands the system better than I do, it doesn't mean I
You always
understand.
sound like a doctor. You're afraid he's going to get sued for giving a thing.
Yes,
you're not,
no.
gonna, you're
No,
not
no,
taking
no.
on any liability. There's no contingent liability here for
Yeah,
your
no,
answers.
no. But the word understand is the problem.
Okay.
I don't understand the system. So I don't understand the financial
Will you
system.
please stop? You cannot
He just understands what to look for. That's it.
sit here and
Yeah,
tell
no,
me
no.
what we just went through. I'll go through again. The hedge fund managers, the money managers, the central bankers, the commercial bankers, the heads of the investment banks, the heads of all the trading desks, the top economists, and I'll throw in the business school lecturers at Stanford. Of all the top
Exactly.
200, 250, you can't name at the top of your head the guys are at least at your level. You have to understand it somewhat.
No. Sorry. We all don't understand it. No one understands it. It's a miracle. It's that's part of the problem.
I think he's telling the
It's
truth.
impossible to understand. That word understand simply means if this
What understanding the financial institutions is basically seeing what is leeching off of it and how you can leech off of that.
happens here, that will happen there. It's predictable. Understanding means it's predictable. It's not predictable. That's the problem. It's in complex systems, that was the fascination. Is there a way to tease
That was where he was trying to make the connection with AI.
out some level of predictability?
It's an algorithm.
No, in fact, you would ask the question. It's
That
a
we're
great
all a
question,
part of.
which was it a stroke or a heart attack? Now, most people don't know that before they were going to have a stroke, they had a stroke. They just have a stroke. Do they understand why? In hindsight, you go back and you can make lots of explanations. It might sound good, and if you're talking to the working man, you're using language that he'll never understand. It's complex. So he, just like going to his doctor, he says he has a gastrointestinal problem, or he has diverticulitis, as opposed to saying, you had a stomach ache, you ate bad food. People don't like to say it in normal.
Yeah, you make a bad investment here. You make a mistake on a piece of paper there. You have a disgruntled employee. You got somebody who, doesn't really give a fuck. And then you get all these things that line up. And eventually it just destroys a company because the managers don't know how to manage it. And a lot of times they end up being replaced by the managers at the top who don't know what the problem is. So they just keep doing all these restructurings and they never actually fix the problem. They just move all of the disgusting bullshit around and it gets worse.
Everyman terms. The system had a stroke, but we don't know why.
But you just, okay. Hardworking people, and there's a great social benefit.
A million
would you
reasons
not agree,
why.
with having people having ownership in the system.
When you say ownership in the system, it doesn't mean.
Let's start over.
Okay.
So flip over your phone too, because
Yes.
I don't want anyone to see
Yes.
on your phone. So maybe flip it down or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, who knows what the fuck comes up with that phone?
That's correct.
Which one has sent you?
KSA.
I can't not believe I've got the magic moment when you're in fucking prison or jail, wherever the fuck it is,
It's
in
crazy.
solitary.
Now, there's a funny part to that we missed, which is
So
said.
go ahead, tell it.
The
What's
funny
that?
part is
Yeah.
what you asked me.
Is there anything funnier than that?
No,
For black humor, it's
I don't make any black comments. Sorry. You asked me what I was wearing.
That's right. You're too wrapped up in the Me Too movement.
Yes. So I was wearing a brown jumper and a brown pair of pants given to me by the jail with the word trustee on the back.
You catch that when he makes that joke about the Me Too movement, and he just, no joke, seriously just says, yes, that's because that's all part of the game. Me Too movement, Black Lives Matter, the fucking pride shit. Now we got Islam pride coming pretty soon. That's going to be some crazy shit. Immigrant riots and whatnot.
Well, the funny part was it was spelled Trusty, so I wasn't really sure. I'd been a trustee in many different operations, but it was the first time it was actually printed on my back and spelled incorrectly.
Probably had a higher level of being a trustee at that than you had at all the boards that you were trustees, right?
Yes, right, because the trustee meant you get two devices to clean your toilet as opposed to one.
But it also meant that you had some sort of personal fiduciary own responsibility for oneself, right?
In the jail? You mean?
Well, that's what being a trustee is. That's where they give you two.
Yes, you get two cleaners. I was a trustee in the jail because I was able to teach some of the kids to help them get their GED.
You ever seen Shawshank Redemption? If you haven't, highly recommend. Same shit was going on. People didn't give a fuck if he was a criminal. Didn't matter what he did. Dude killed his wife. Well, he didn't. But everybody thought he did because that's what he was in prison for. They didn't think that he was innocent. Watch that movie and you'll understand that people want to make some fucking money. And they will give you extra privilege in order to do that.
So that's how.
No matter what.
Trustee Jot.
There's no time. I got to go back to this because I'm like a dog with a bone in this thing.
Yes.
You can't. There's something deeply fucked up with you.
At least something.
Well, we know there are things deeply fucked up with this. You will get through in this film,
Right.
but you cannot possibly sit there, knowing that you came from nowhere, knowing that you went to the very top of what is considered outside of science and maybe physics, the thing people most admire because it's like alchemy, understanding high finance. To sit there in what will be the defining financial crisis of our time, like Black Friday or Black
Yes.
Monday, whatever it was, in the Great Depression, and be there at that exact moment, triggered in part by a firm that you used to be a partner in and knew intimately well, and it created much of your initial net worth because of, and know that you couldn't, someone who lives on a phone, right?
Yes.
Because you do live on a phone, right?
Correct.
You had to make just 2 collect calls. You can.
He's not real. He exists inside the system. And I think this guy is a fucking demon. I think that's what that is. And we got rid of him? Maybe. I think the demon that is within him still exists, still out there.
Not tell me sometime during that day you did not have that conversation with yourself of how the fuck did I do this to myself to put myself in West Palm Beach in a 6x9 cell with a metal fucking bed with a brown shirt that said trustee spelled wrong.
So did I find it amazing that I was there? That's a
Not
better-
amazing, and I don't want to say it was not funny. Oh, I thought it
It was- I wasn't
good.
funny.
Right.
But
Not amazing.
no, it was incredible.
Incredible in what way?
This-
Incredible, like how do I do this to myself?
No. It's as incredible as me sitting here in this house. They are both just 2 sides of the coin. That's how I think about it. That my life today is incredible.
Do you consider yourself a stoic?
No. I consider myself a hermit. Stoics are not very happy.
Being a hermit then, being in that 6x9 cell, being in the cell qua the cell was not the problem, right?
Correct.
What was the problem?
Eating the almond joy bars.
Because you couldn't eat the food.
No, right. And but remember, my life is.
Did that ever strike you that I can't eat the food because somebody might have done something to it? I gotta live off an almond joy bar, 1 a day or 2 a day or whatever. How many ever sneak in a day?
No sneaking in.
Your 1 almond joy bar, it did not hit you at some time? How the fuck did I do this?
No.
Let's go back to the spring of 2008. Were you so wrapped up in your personal issues at the time you were not spending enough time on the financial markets, or were you deeply involved in the financial markets like you normally were? In
No,
the spring of 08?
I was involved.
So we're saying that the smartest guy in the room didn't see it coming.
No, of course
The
not.
bankruptcy of Bear Stearns, you just thought was a Bear Stearns problem. You didn't see it as systemic.
I know you keep harping on it, but it's not.
Because you're a mathematician and understands systems.
I-
It seems that anybody that understands that they had a systemic problem, you would at least be the first on the early search radar. If you're not going to see it, then I'm really afraid, because that means that I always assume there's at least a set of guys out there that have some sort of sense that something's not right.
Imagine the guy who has a stroke or had the heart attack. When you ask him, did you feel funny the day before? He's going to tell you, yeah, I didn't feel right. Something was off. I didn't feel right. I had my stomach was right. I felt a little dizzy. I felt a little weak. But if you asked him that day before, do you think you're going to have a heart attack tomorrow? He'd say, no, I just feel a little weak. I'm a little dizzy. My stomach hurts. So these systems, and that's the issue of complexity. What complexity says is that, in fact, everything seems to go along, and people have seen it. One of the great examples of complex systems is sand dunes. In fact, the sand keeps building up. People have seen some, and all of a sudden, one more sand drop, and all the sand starts running down the hills. That's the way I see the financial markets.
Well, you funded Santa Fe in the early 90s or late 80s?
I believe it was early 90s. I can get back to you.
But early 90s, Santa Fe was funded for the study of complexity theory.
It was studied with math. So let's back up. So why did I buy a ranch in New Mexico in 1993? So that gives you some sense. So I would have funded it in 1990. Los Alamos, which was the high energy lab up in New Mexico, was losing all its scientists.
And
They were
Los
closing-
Alamos, it was where Oppenheimer and where a lot of the nuclear weapons program, the bomb.
That's
original
when the
bomb.
Manhattan Project.
Manhattan Project
Yes.
was
Isn't that also where Bob Lazar was?
Yes, sir.
That's Los Alamos, and you bought your property out in New Mexico to be near that?
Yes, because the scientists were going to be, they cut the funding for high energy physics. But the people who worked in Los Alamos would still be in the Santa Fe area.
It's crazy that this guy is loosely connected to Area 51. What the fuck? But that makes me think some crazy shit's going on in Area 51 that might have nothing to do with aliens. What the fuck is going on with Area 51? We might have to storm it again. Rally the retards. Time to storm Area 51 again.
They cut that because this was the Cold War dividend, right?
I don't remember exactly why. It was because, again, people thought that physics and high energy physics really wasn't that important.
Because that was about nuclear weapons.
No, it was because they decided, which may be not right. This was the same time that Murray Gell-Mann came up with the term quark, Q-U-A-R-K. He picked it out of an old poem, the word quark. But it was mysterious. So they were starting to understand in the 90s that in our world of the physics world, there was things that were just unexplainable. They called it strange things. You gave it a name. You gave it some characteristics. You called it had charm. It was one of the terms. It had a charm. It had a flavor. It had a color. But no one, Mr. Bannon, understood what it was. Just like the financial system.
And you wanted to investigate that?
I wanted to see if we could build tools so others smarter than me could help investigate it.
And that was the beginning of your concept of the Santa Fe Institute?
Yes.
And Santa Fe Institute was founded to do study in this type of...
Can these areas of strange things be described by some form of mathematics?
So that's what I'm trying to get at. The foundational thought, the organizing principle of Santa Fe,
yes,
in the high physics lab at Los Alamos,
right,
which had been the headquarters of Manhattan and the Trinity Project, right, the bomb.
Yes.
So you're talking about the elite, the high priest
of physics.
Of physics.
Yes, sir.
Which high priest of physics, some subset of that is also mathematics.
Yes, they're both similar.
Project out. One of the tools you want to do is to make sure that in this complex system, the finance system, I'm doing a lot of this for philanthropy and a lot for the good of mankind, but also to be able to understand this complex system, the most complex outside of maybe our body, of the financial world.
Yes.
Did they create tools, or were you smarter in then the mid-aughts, 15 years later, than you had been then because of work that was done at Santa Fe?
No, it was great. But in fact, most of my philanthropy in the area of, can you describe things that appear to be unexplainable by mathematics, and can you fund people who have new ideas? And unfortunately, when someone thinks they've been able to, there was a man, Stuart Kaufman, when they think okay, I figured out how to be able to predict the unpredictable, what appears to other people to be unpredictable. But my system, in those days it was called genetic algorithms, can predict what things will happen, and they all want to make money. So they use their system.
Oh man, we're gonna look into that, what he's talking about here. There's some crazy stuff. What he's talking about, predicting systems and people who were involved with Epstein, and for example, The Simpsons predicting everything.
Systems to try to figure out, they have figured out the way to make money because they figured out the unexplainable. They try, they go bankrupt, and we start again. So with a cold view, what I've come to realize is that the attempt to mathematize, formularize, or what in your prior work, to understand what really is, in today's world, still unexplainable, is impossible. They're miracles.
Your first head of Santa Fe was Christopher
Langdon, I think.
Langdon from Australia.
But Murray Gell-Mann was
Murray Gell-Mann was
the funder. He was the rock.
Yes, he was the rock. He was a Nobel Prize winner?
Yes.
Yes, and a wonderful guy. He came out and helped us with
I got a really good example of what he was just talking about. Think about it like Bitcoin. Remember when Bitcoin first got popular, and then you get a whole bunch of other coins, you get a bunch of shit tokens, you get that, what is it, like Carcinero, and you get Monero, you get I don't know what were the other ones that were popular? Doge, and you get Bitcoin, and you get branches of Bitcoin. You get coin that represent Bitcoin. You get coins that represent those coins that represent Bitcoin. And all you really need is just to buy Bitcoin. It's like overcomplicating it just so people can leech off of the system.
The Biosphere 2 project.
It's exactly
with
what he's talking
Chris
about.
Langdon.
Yeah.
Chris Langdon was the operator, the day-to-day
Chris
guy.
was doing artificial life.
Right.
Murray tried to lead his own artificial life.
Yes. When Chris came to Biosphere 2 for the first big conference we had in 1994, he was one of the most impressive guys there among all the world's elite. Kew Gardens, the Lawrence Livermore Lab, the labs at Sandia, all the major universities, Lamont Doherty, all the big Earth observatories, Woods Hole. What set Langdon apart, I thought, and the reason I invited Santa Fe to be part of it, was Langdon actually made a presentation that everything, and he was making this to scientists, a lot of marine biologists, a lot of people that are just beginning, Wally Broker and people who were just beginning the study of climate change, at that time called global warming, that he made this compelling presentation that everything's really mathematics.
Yes.
It's all
He always
just
smiled at
back to
that.
math. And you have to, all
Marketing.
these experiments you do, you're not, one
Another
of the reasons
example.
they're not considered by the high priest in physics as being real experiments is that they don't have a mathematical basis to it, and everything has a mathematical basis to it. Langdon seemed like a radical visionary. What happened to that concept?
You go back 350 years.
Damn.
So you have Isaac Newton,
Uh-huh.
you have Leibniz. From move forward, you have people like Heisenberg and Gödel, and what every one of those mathematicians and philosophers came to understand is that there's numbers can describe certain things, approximate certain things. But in fact, trying to put measurements and numbers on other things that are really unexplainable is folly. 300 years ago, they said that unexplainable realm was God. And people who attempted, in fact, to explain the unexplainable, who said, yes, I understand the unexplainable, were charlatans, they were the occults, they were the astrologers, they were the con men.
Alchemist.
Yes. Well, no, alchemist was, in fact, they believed that there was a way to transmute one metal into another. In fact, they always wanted to see if they can create gold. There's no reason, if you think about it, they recognize that one metal is different than another metal because it has some additional pieces to it. It has additional neutrons or protons or electrons. So because they thought it was a machine, they believed it was a machine, if I can take 5 protons and add 5, that gives me 10, I should be able to get gold. Move everything around inside these systems, the molecules transmute one molecule into another, and if this molecule I've transmuted it into is gold, I'm a rich man. It's back to money. But there's something strange happens. Isaac Newton says, this is really weird. If I want to push a ball on the table, I have to touch it. Maybe I have to blow on it. But I actually have to push one side of the ball or the book to move that side. I'm pushing here, and obviously this thing is what appears to us humans to be solid, so it moves as one thing. But the only way to get something to move was to touch it or put a force against it. Okay, seems to make sense. Everybody has that experience. I want to lift a glass, I lift it. If I want to push a ball, I push it. If I want to pull a ball, I pull it. But he recognized when the ball fell off the table, it went in a different direction. How's that possible? Nobody pushed the ball down. And he says, this is crazy. Why did the ball go down? I didn't push it. I just let it go. So someone's pushing the ball, because I know that I am confident that the only thing that gets something to move is with a force that pushes. So there's a force that's pushing the ball down. In fact, he called it gravity. He measured how fast it was pulled, but never was able to explain why it happened. How is it? What is gravity? It's this. Everybody says, well, why did the ball fall to the ground? Because gravity took it. But what's gravity? That's, as Feynman would say, that's the name of the thing. We have no idea what it is. This goes to Santa Fe. They were trying to explain the unexplainable. Can we measure? Can we figure out a way to predict the stock markets using these types of chaos complexity?
Before we get there, let's walk back through it. Let's go back to Newton.
Sure.
Pre-Newton and then Newton. What did Newton solve that for millennia up to Newton had not been solved? And then I want to go forward all the way to Santa Fe and what they were trying to solve. Let's start with just two or three of the basic guys, but let's go with Newton. What pre-Newton it was what, and then why is Newton such a
genius
in such a in the, I think mathematically they told me one time I've seen there's been 115 billion people roughly that have lived on the earth. And of that 115 billion, Newton.
Are you sure that's a number? That sounds a lot very high. We only have 7 now.
I think in the history of the earth, I think it's, I'll pull up the stat for you, but I think it's 115 billion people. They figure
that probably is inflation. That's why
have lived on Earth. But he's one of the handful of the most important. What did he solve for? Why is he so important for how we live today? And then we want to go through Leibniz and the other 2 or 3 other major ones to get us to Santa Fe.
Well, it's a long journey.
Damn.
This is
it's
the heart
like
of this is the heart of what we're
the web of disgusting bullshit started at the beginning of time and led us all the way here. We're talking about how everything that started with Isaac Newton through the ages, from scientist to scientist, from powerful person to powerful person, led to this fucking I don't know what to call it, this age of these people. It's like it happened naturally.
trying to do.
Let me take a bit of a detour just a second. What if you went to high
and like here's a really good example of it is when like you get a comedian like Chevy Chase, right? He's a comedian, he falls down a lot. The reason he decided he was going to start falling down a lot was because he started watching Dick Van Dyke. Dick Van Dyke said that he ripped off his falling down a lot from another guy. That guy probably ripped off his act from another guy. And they just keep influencing different shit throughout the ages. But they're just, you know, kind of slightly doing the thing before, but a little bit different and with the modern time. And pretty much that's how we got to here.
School, and the last year in your high school, you took calculus. So Isaac Newton sort of invents calculus. Well, that sounds invents, you know, mathematicians.
To torture seniors in high school before they graduate.
Yes, but obviously, no, yes, the answer is yes. Certain people could never do calculus.
Why is that? Why is calculus so, why is that the dividing line between, you know, to me, people who can handle that and can go on to do certain things and people just hit the wall, even if they know math? It seems to me that there's, that calculus is the thing that changes. It bridges. That's because it's about the theory of change and the theory of how things change.
It's a great question, but in fact, what calculus does is it's somewhat philosophical. That's why mathematics is you know, Newton wasn't a mathematician. He was called a geometer. That's what they used to call themselves. They understood geometry and numbers. But there's an old conundrum where it says during Pythagoras' days, Zeno's paradox it's called, where they said, well, if the wall is 2 feet away from me, and I take one step that's halfway to the wall, that'll be 1 foot away, and if I take another step that's half again, that'll be half a foot away, and then a quarter of a foot, I could walk forever but never touch the wall. Doesn't sound realistic, doesn't make any sense in our real lives of the physical. But what Newton understood is many problems were like that. Many things approached the wall, or in calculus, approached the limit. but never really reached it. So he said, it's okay, you don't have to reach it. We can do lots of the mathematics as if it was so close, it was almost there. And we could do lots of mathematics almost being at the limit. And this is really important, Steve, for today. Because most of the science up until today was things that are starting to approach the limit.
Who's that back there?
You were taught in high school that if you had 1 divided by 0, if you remember your high school algebra, you were told, what's the answer to that? Is there an answer to 1 divided by 0? No, if you were in high school, I'd say, stay away from it. It's the boogeyman. You could write it down as it's undefined. It's not able to be determined. There's a bunch of things. But in fact, 1 divided by 0 is a strange things happen. It's a world of the strange. And what I'll explain to you after is that when you get 1 divided by 0, you get into a world we don't know what happens. The answer is it's not explainable. We can call it things like undetermined. This is what, we can have a convention to say it's X, Y, or Z. But in real life, we don't know what happens when you are actually at the limit. So that's Newton thought the same concept, is that the limits were God. You got close to God, but you could never be God. It had this sort of religious interpretation.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to go back to Newton. Why is Newton such a big dividing line?
That's kind of my interpretation.
In mankind's history. What is it about
Same
Newton?
as Newton's, I guess.
What he trying to solve? What did they not know beforehand? And what? Because we live to a degree in a Newtonian universe, although I realized later subparticle atomic physics, but at least for a while it was Newtonian. So what's the dividing line? Why is he so important? Why is he an inflection point in mankind's movement from the swamp to the stars?
It's a great question. Stars was by Kepler. What Newton starts to allow us to do is to make accurate predictions. Remember that we've talked about that with money, about the things in our physical world, how cars, he didn't have cars, that how horse carriages moved. How,
yeah, and I think a lot of the web of disgusting bullshit would have been able to carry on if not for the unpredictability of the internet.
Things, how bowling balls moved, how pool cues and pool, excuse me, pool table balls.
Had people tried to solve that before Newton? Had
many,
people
many.
tried it? Heraclitus or Plotinus, Pythagoras, had these greats that we hear about, had they tried to solve the same problem?
Not the same problem. They try to, again, what Pythagoras does, he starts to figure out this relationships in triangles. For example, everyone knows the a squared plus b squared is equal to c squared, that Pythagorean theorem, which is basically says these shapes in a triangle, each side of the triangle has a fixed relationship with the other two sides. That's strange. He knew, again, but it was all numbers. This was a system of things in the physical world, and Pythagoras says we can start putting numbers on things that help you predict how they will behave. You can add 2 triangles and make a square, some different shapes. They were looking at geometric forms. Newton says, well, I want to know how planets move. I want to know how things around me move. Can we find formulas? Can I find formulas that explain what I see in the physical world, how physical things interact and how they describe one another? Again, the fact that 2 things, 2 solid masses, for some very strange, unknown reason, unknown today, attract one another, no matter what they are. People have seen the experiment. You hang something, 2 little metal balls from a string, they move towards each other. In fact, they move towards each other was very specific. So when you drop the ball to the floor of this room, Newton says, in fact, the room came up a bit to meet the ball. The room moved. It's imperceptible. You can't really perceive that motion, but they attracted each other with certain ratios. So he started to be able to measure things in the physical world. And that was great advances. It also, now you wanted to move very quickly. Unfortunately, most people, especially in the 20th century, 19th century, said, well, like Newton, let's measure everything. Let's measure people's behavior. Let's measure their psychology. Let's measure their health. You go to we could have my blood test. Let's measure everything.
When really all you needed was God, because everything is just an extension of that, and it gets more complicated the further you go. The further away from God, the more complicated.
We measure Wall Street.
Their voting habits.
Measure. Can we put a number on how much I care for my wife? Can I put a number on how I feel?
This guy was making money off of complicating things. How about that?
And we tried, unfortunately, we try to mathematize the finer things in life, and then recognize that there's things that, unfortunately, just fall outside. Schrodinger wrote a very famous book about what is life. He was trying to figure out a way, can he describe the difference formulaically between things that are alive and things that are dead? The answer is no. The things that are alive in my world are miracles, not magic. Magic has a bad connotation, trying to hide things.
You don't believe in the spirit or the soul? That's what animates people, is your spirit or your soul. That's
No.
Have you ever seen someone die? When they die, their spirit leaves.
Their soul leaves, no question. So in
There's
fact,
no question to you about
no
that.
question.
There's no question to you that there is some animating life force within us that leaves when you're dead.
Yes, in fact, I refer to the soul. This obviously a certain the questions in the past, even
Because
during
people would normally think you were soulless. So
Thank you.
But have you talk about you actually believe in it and have done some thinking about it is pretty shocking in its own right, isn't it?
I think he actually took that as a compliment.
Well, again, mathematics, Leibniz thought.
So Newton was at Cambridge, and he was the head of the math department, right? He's a professor, essentially.
Yes.
But Leibniz, was Leibniz a German professor?
Yes, but what Leibniz said is the soul is so strange because God took chemicals.
Okay, this shit's getting wild, just like I thought. This shit's getting real wild, really religious, which is further making me think that this guy is just a fucking demon. And this body that he's in is a vessel, this Jeffrey Epstein vessel.
Which is simply the material, like tables, and he somehow made this material able to have a thought. How strange is that? Not only does it have a soul, but some way it was put together that this material substance is able to think. So when you say to me, it's obvious to everyone that there's such a thing as a soul. Now, if you're part of the Charlatanville, you'll try to explain it to people. The soul I describe as the dark matter of the brain. Why is it dark matter? Because in high energy physics nowadays you hear terms of dark matter, dark energy. Again, terminology, it's a complicated term. Why is it dark matter? Because we can't see it, that's all. What do you mean you can't see it? Well, somehow we see something moving towards this area of darkness. Something, I can see this thing. This appears to me to be empty. It's just black. But I see it being drawn this way. So I say, well, I know if this were matter, that would follow that equation. If this was solid, it would explain the way this particle moves. But I can't see anything here. So I'll just call it dark matter. And I'll say, I don't know what it is, but it behaves as if there was something there. The soul is obvious to everyone that there's something different between things that are alive and things that are not alive. But we have no idea what it is. It's currently unexplainable. I believe we need an entirely different system of analysis to try to figure out.
But
Sorry.
No. With Newton, with all his alchemical study,
That was very interesting.
And things he worked on the spiritual side. Leibniz that just talked about the soul. Schroeder talked about what is life. If a modern scientist or someone that you funded at MIT or at Harvard or one of these things talked in those types of terms, they would be considered to be a wingnut today, wouldn't they? They would not be on the path for tenure, right?
Unless they were in the philosophy department.
This is exactly my point. We're talking about three of the greatest mathematicians in mankind's history that have really changed mankind. Talking like this, what happened? How do we get to a situation where they could not be in the high physics, they could not be in the mathematics department or working in high energy physics?
Good, it's an easy answer. Newton was a combination of mathematician, or geometer then, and philosopher. And as time went on, those disciplines seemed to move apart. We had philosophy. Some of the philosophers can't do math, and some of the mathematicians. And again, mathematicians often break into two categories. People that solve problems. Those are more like geometers in the old days, just problem solvers. And then there's thinkers, theoreticians. They're more like the old movement towards philosophy. But neither one of those two groups have been able to figure out why something is alive as opposed to something that's not alive. No one's been able to describe what the soul is, but we all know it exists. And I think what we need is science is a bad word. I think science only describes the things we already know about the physical world. In fact, there's an argument that the physical world that we see has been created out of our systems of mathematics. Mathematics, everyone knows mathematics describes the physical world much greater than it should, unless my view, the physical world really comes out of conscious beings that have mathematics. So they create it. This table appears to you and I to be solid. To a bat, because we have light that's bouncing off the table into our eyes, it appears solid. If instead of eyes that responded to wavelengths of visual light, our eyes responded to radio waves, the radio frequencies, it's not different, it's the same type of frequency as light, but different speeds, the table's invisible. We know that our phone works in this.
I think he's trying to explain how the spiritual world works, like how it exists and we're not able to see it. It's because we don't have the eyes for it, but it's there.
This room. So the waves are coming through the windows. The waves are coming through the walls. So the walls are invisible.
I don't think he's lying.
That type of radiation, that type of energy. The walls are, I can see them because my eyes, a physical system determines that the walls are there.
You, with Murray Geldman, you founded, or were the original donor, and had the idea of Santa Fe Institute. In 10 or 15 years later, that effort to study the complexity of systems mathematically.
Yes.
Was
it's a total failure. Yes.
A total failure.
Total failure.
Why is that?
It's the failure of science because, in fact, if to some extent science doesn't describe romance, I don't know why I'm attracted to somebody. I don't know. People are attracted to each other, and everyone has the same feeling. They've seen someone walk in the room, and they say, "Oh, that person gives me a creepy feeling."
Yeah, this guy.
Science has tried to describe. Science doesn't describe what creepy feelings means. They just know it's a creepy feeling. I think women, as I said the last time, have an intuitive sense. What is intuitive?
Yeah, I think vibrations are real, and I think that women can tap into vibrations easier than men can. And I think a lot of times they can tap into vibrations that are fabricated.
They have intuition, they have feelings, and they're able to deal in the realm of things that men, especially men like myself, find unexplainable. Women have intuition, men see things a bit differently. Men want to measure everything. Women are not really that interested in measuring.
In what you're saying in macro terms, you actually think science, mathematics, maybe ultimately technology is moving to that more intuitive?
I think science and math are old-fashioned. And unfortunately, people are still taught that they have to learn algebra in school and certain things in school.
I think math was created by God and that we should learn it.
Opposed to learning to have
Is
an
this,
emotional.
what, is this what Larry Summers was trying to get at? Maybe he didn't say it perfectly enough, but what he was trying to get to in that system, the systems we study today, the way mathematics is either taught or understood, that women just haven't gotten up to the highest realms of engineering or physics or mathematics because of that. And you're actually implying that there's a either new branch of science, or we've hit an inflection point like in Newton that's going to go in a Newton took mankind in a different direction because he was able to measure. Then you had subatomic, non-Newtonian physics later. Are you saying that you think there's another developing field that's coming up that may take us, I don't know, how
probably
many
AI.
decades to get our hands around, but that's what's evolving out of this?
Yes.
It's neither men nor women, and it's non-biological, and it's all programmed based on everything that we've ever done and that we're doing now and that we know.
Yeah.
And nothing
in
but
fact,
that.
I think that mathematics, it's not the end of science. Every year someone says it's the end of, we can't discover everything. There's lots to discover with relationship to the physical world, but we know a lot already. In respect to the unexplainable world, we almost know nothing. Women, again, sense it. And instead of Larry Summers, I won't digress too much, but Howard Gardner early on said, there's not one form of intelligence. It's not mathematical intelligence. There's emotional intelligence, this kinesthetic intelligence. There's this argument that I reject that black people are less intelligent than white people. It's not true. We know, for example, that if I was in the forest and I had to run from the lion or figure out a way not to be eaten, and my competition is a local African, I'm the one who's getting eaten because they have the intelligence to deal with their local environment. So it's just different. It's not better, it's not worse, but there's many differences amongst different types of people. And so people have different intelligences, and they excel in some intelligences usually, and less so in others.
When did it come to, because the world of high finance is a world of pure reason, or is it a lot of emotion and gut checks and on trading desk and central banks when these decisions get made? Is it that high church, like the high church of science of high energy physics, or is it as much emotion that comes in as much as the mathematics and the reason?
It's a great question. I think if you talk to really experienced and successful traders, and you ask them how they know what's going on, they can't give you an answer. They don't know. They feel it. They can
tell you what to do, and they can tell you what they're doing, but they can't really tell you why. They can tell you the systems that led them up to the decision.
Feel the way the market's moving. They can feel the way the stock's moving. And that these are not very well-defined terms. It's difficult to put in mathematics terms, how did I feel it? You could look back and make guesses what I was seeing. But
I think that's how Nancy Pelosi and her husband can make so much money, and people like that, is because you don't really have to do insider trading when you know all of the people that manipulate everything, and you can just kind of follow them, listen, see what they're doing, and sometimes you can manipulate it a little bit just by a phone call.
Great traders feel it and then act on their feelings. That's the difference. Many people feel it but are afraid because they want a mathematical justification before they take that next step.
When you first got on the trading desk at Bear Stearns in the late 70s or mid 70s, were you shocked by how little actual understanding of mathematics that the traders comprehended?
Yeah, well, again, we had a Texas Instrument calculator. Most stockbrokers, especially before 1975, if they were good stockbrokers, could add. That's about it. They could multiply. If you could multiply, you were already in the top 15%.
Yeah, they didn't know why, though. They just knew what
Stockbrokers
to
simply
do.
meant there's a story. When I went to the first person, I had no money. And I said, how much money do you make a year? And he said, $400,000. Impossible. I'm making $10,000.
That's probably more than your family had made in its entire existence.
Yes. And he makes it in a year. I said, what do you do? And he said, it's too complicated for you to understand. which is what the main thrust of Wall Street people. They want to tell you it's too complicated. Because if you understood that that person was simply, he had a brother-in-law, in fact, in this case, who ran the pension fund at General Motors.
Exactly.
His brother-in-law would call him and say, buy 1,000 IBM. He'd hang up the phone, he'd write it out on a ticket and walk it to a window. That was his entire skill set. Hello, write what my brother-in-law says, walk it to a ticket window.
You just knew what you had to do, and you did it.
The trading desk in the early days of Bear Stearns, of a time that you felt either complete uncertainty or you saw total panic, where people, something was happening that people couldn't foretell, and that they were like in an airplane cockpit where it's going wrong. Walk us through that.
In 1978, I think it was, across the news wires, there had been a collapse of the currency in Thailand. On the other side of the world, had no relationship to me. I wasn't sure where Thailand was. But the fact that a currency, a country's money, had all of a sudden dropped tremendously in value, affected the rest of the world's markets. And people panicked because they'd never.
The Wolf of Wall Street. The Wolf of Wall Street. That's all I'm saying. That was in there right at the beginning of the movie.
Seen that before. A very small
Holy fucking shit.
part of a very complex system had a shock throughout the whole system. So prices on Park Avenue apartments, the bond markets, the stock markets, every started to
I
gyrate.
was fucking right about the Wolf of Wall Street thing. Just saying.
You know, there's an old mathematics expression that if a butterfly wings in Mexico make the wrong turn, it spins out, and eventually, by the time it gets to Canada, it turns into a tornado. So these are part of complex systems. So yeah, Wall Street in certain parts.
Santa Fe Institute was supposed to actually come up with a formula for that, for the butterfly one.
So what happened to all of this whenever COVID was a thing? Like, why did all of that happen? Why did COVID happen? What happened when everything got shut down that he's talking about? Because, like, everything has to keep going. Because if one thing goes, maybe that was it. Maybe one thing fell, so it all had to fall. Or shut it all down so it doesn't fall. We can clean up the aftermath when it's all over. I don't know, man. That might be why we're having such problems right now. Is because COVID shut down all these systems.
Why in 15 years did you reach the end of at least that experiment?
Every attempt to, that's why it's so exciting.
And that's how you get the essential services. Like, just corporations were able to keep operating, but mom and pop shops went down. That was because they were involved in the disgusting web of bullshit. And those things couldn't go down, or the whole system would go down. And a lot of systems went down.
Now, because I think certain people are starting to realize that there's so many things that are unexplainable that we have to think about them differently. Music is a great example. It's a common man's example. You know, when you hear a certain song, it makes you feel a certain way. How does it do that? We don't know. We can't mathematize it. And even that music, Steve, nowadays we compress music. When you have a violin, it's compressed onto your iPhone. So what does compression mean? I'm taking lots of information and I'm cutting it into lots of pieces and squishing it together. And when I squish it or compress it, I have to take out lots of pieces, but I say that they're not very important pieces. It's those pieces that we take out when we compress data, to me, are the most interesting parts of life.
You just said a while ago, part of this new search for science may go back to when people were actually talking about a soul, and you said there's no doubt in your mind that there is a soul. Describe for me what you mean by that. What do you mean by soul? What do you mean soul different than the physical analog body that we're seeing on film right now?
It's difficult to describe in words. I mean, I'm not a poet. Poems get a little closer to what that really means. But even the concept of what is life becomes complicated when you deal with plants and seeds. Is a seed alive? I don't know. Certain people would say, no, it's dead. When you're a banana, one of my favorite examples is the banana that's sitting on the countertop in your kitchen today. Is it alive or dead?
What do you think about human life? What is human? Tell me about human life.
But your banana is alive. That banana is breathing. It's on your. You say that's impossible, Jeffrey. No, it's not.
Is the banana conscious?
All these words. These are words. So everyone's trying to fit a very complicated concepts into a very small box called conscious or alive. These don't fit in that way. So if you put your banana in a bag and put another fruit in with it, the fruit ripens faster because the banana breathes with it. We don't understand most of those things. So you asked the big question. Sorry.
You talk about the life. What about human life?
What about it?
Tell me what do you think? What do you think human life is?
It's a miracle. It's a miracle. And when I say miracle, I can't explain it, and I make no attempt to explain it at the moment. We don't know how to think about it. And anyone, again, another one of the Feynman quotes when he was talking about quantum physics. He said, anyone, Jeffrey, who says they understand quantum physics and quantum mechanics and quantum behavior, you know they're lying.
Let's talk about it. That's post-Newtonian. Talk about what's the difference, who founded quantum mechanics, why is quantum mechanics taking Newtonian physics and taking it to the next level?
It forms a much broader category.
Let's go back to this desk. You use the thing of...
This guy is into all of the same things that I'm into when it comes to like spirituality and quantum physics and stuff. But he's like using it for evil, man. What the fuck is happening? Is my life what happens whenever you use all of these things for good? Just nothing happens? And you're just squashed? And these people get to be on top of the world? I don't want to be on top of the world. Maybe that's part of the problem. I don't know.
Newton using this desk. Why can't Newton's theory explain everything? Why did subatomic quantum mechanics or quantum physics have to come in to explain this?
Well, so let's go right back to square one. Why is it called quantum physics? So quanta is a word that simply means packet, small amount. So it's quantized. So when we recognize that this table appears, another very complicated word, solid to us, it's really made up of molecules or atoms. And atoms, we've given lots of names to what some of the behaviors. If you were in school, when you and I were in school in the 50s, the model was a little center thing in the middle, and an electron went around and around it.
That's what I remember.
It was seen as a ball that went around and around it. And as we started to look at, say, well, let's see what this ball looks like. I want to be able to examine that little thing called an electron. We found that there was nothing there. There wasn't the thing. It was simply a cloud of energy that we can call an electron. So we already started to see mysterious things as we go into very super small quantities, quantum physics. So quantum physics started to go into the very small, and at very small distances, we see things that we can't explain. We just cannot explain.
How am I doing on time?
4 minutes.
Fine.
Ooh, 4 minutes.
And to summarize, no, sorry.
Let's go back to human life. When do you think human life starts?
It's not these. So you see, this is the question. You're asking me to measure something again. It's the disease.
It can't be measured. You just hate making commitments.
That's why I'm not married.
I'm peeling this onion back a layer at a time. All your bullshit and happy target can't be measured like that. Is that to say measure it's a commitment. You don't even like a commitment when you answer a question.
I don't know.
As they say in golf, commit to the shot.
I don't know what it means to be measured.
You do know what it means to be measured. You're one of the leading currency traders, hedge fund guys, or stock market financial wizards. You're in the.
There's a big difference between measuring things, being measured, and noticing patterns and measuring the patterns. And I believe that is what he's talking about, is measuring the patterns rather than measuring the thing that the patterns were created by.
High priesthood of high finance. You certainly know how to measure. That's why you're
and measuring what makes up the patterns.
Billionaire. Any other answer besides that is total and complete bullshit. And you know it.
And that's how he finds the cracks, and that's how he ended up being part of a worldwide international I don't know what to call it, pedophile ring with world leaders. He just was existing in the cracks, catching world leaders.
I know very few things.
You know things can be measured. You measure every day. You weigh and measure every day. You weigh and measure people. You weigh and measure leaders. You weigh and measure economies. You weigh and measure politics.
It's a very good. Great.
You weigh and measure. You weigh.
Hang on.
Your whole life, in fact, is measuring.
So what you've now done is a great thing, is you've used the word measure, a mathematic term, in the common vernacular and abused it. So I don't even recognize what it means. It's so abusive to my field.
Why? And let's go to that. In mathematics, measure means what specifically?
There's no specific. It's an approximation, or giving something a number. If Einstein said,
we're not asking you to go to the 9th decimal point.
You didn't say that before.
No, you're not going to the 9th.
I don't even. What if I say measure how tall are you? You'd say, in your case, 6 foot.
6 feet.
But is it 6 foot 1 inch?
Give or take, between 5'11" and 6 feet.
But what's that? But I want. So the question is, I want an accurate.
I got Zeno's paradox.
I don't even know what it means to measure you. Am I measuring the top of your hair, the top of your skull, the finer, the more.
You're being rabbinical. This is like.
I shaved my beard off. I used to be rabbinical.
No, my point is, isn't that going through the Torah where you're parsing every definition?
No,
however we broadly define measure, your life literally is about measurement, is it not?
Dude, I don't know what Steve Bannon's getting out or trying to get on here. He is not doing well. I don't think he's getting it, or maybe he's trying to get something out of him. I have no idea.
About putting numbers on things so that I can try my best. You can call it whatever you like. If that makes you feel better.
What do you know?
No, I want to make you happy.
Back to your scientific inquiry.
No, even a number. People don't. A number is a complicated
When
thing.
did you come to this When did you come to this aha moment? Was when it was in your solitary confinement, when the biggest financial crisis in world history was going on, in your 7x9 jail cell with your metal bed and your 2 brushes because you were a trustee with the brown uniform on, trustee spelled wrong? Is that the moment of clarity that you had about science and Newtonian physics and everything that we can measure is really not going to be the way we go forward? It's going to be much more esoteric, emotional intelligence thing. Was that your moment of clarity?
He's talking about spiritual. He's talking about it's going to get real spiritual.
I wish it was.
This dude's a demon.
Such a great story for this interview, but it's not. It's the fact that I lead such a privileged life to come across.
But when did you? If it didn't happen then, when did it? Or did it happen before?
I was going to hopefully get to the.
Okay.
I'm in a privileged position to have some of the world's smartest people come to my house and tell me what they think about different subjects, and I finally realized that the thing that they had most in
How did he get them to come to his house, I wonder?
common was there was this area, no matter how smart they were, that when I asked them the questions, they said they'd have to resort to a 500 or 1,000-year-old response to that question, which was, I don't know.
You know who else found that out? Socrates. That's what Socrates kept doing, right? Socrates kept asking all the experts. He would go through, question after question after question, and realize at the end they didn't really know. They really didn't basically understand what they were talking about.
And one of the things that people won't enjoy, it turns out that potentially one of the bad things to teach children is how to write. So writing, reading, and arithmetic was supposed to be, everyone's supposed to be taught. But writing forces you into a very narrow channel of thinking. You have to write in a certain form, in a certain way, in a certain linear pattern. So your thinking becomes somewhat narrow. The reason I brought up writing is one of the recent discoveries of mine with respect to Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle is they never wrote anything. They spoke, and people around who could write wrote. Socrates could think. So that was...
Jesus of Nazareth was the same way, right? Never wrote anything.
I thought he was a carpenter.
He was a carpenter.
Didn't he need like a little carpenter's tonight? I don't want to get that.
But at least his written record.
Right.
One last thing.
Sure. Thank you for having me to your house. Vegetable juice.
Let's go back.
Look what vegetable juice does.
When did that? The beginning of that. Was there any one aha moment in all these great thinkers? Did it happen before 2008? Was it after? That came up over, I know, many years. But when did you actually realize, hey?
Steve Bannon actually let a demon into his house and basically offended the fuck out of him. Probably why he was thrown in prison.
Something new's got to be developed.
Yeah, that's great. Is that because again, I'm privileged enough to have people around me who've given lots of philanthropic gifts to institutions of higher learning, and when I said the impact, how do you judge the impact of your giving? And we sat down and said, no really new ideas have come out, and I realized that of course it hasn't come out because we've been looking at using science and mathematics, and it's the wrong tool. It's obvious.
Institutions that are set up and try to put forward knowledge and understanding and truth, should they take your money?
Derek Bach at Harvard said, taking money for good causes is a good thing.
So if Hitler took all the gold out of the teeth of the Jews and said, I want to give this to Heidelberg University to fund the Leibniz chairs so that I can study high energy physics, Derek Bach would say that was fine?
Again, these questions are questions where good people on both sides, like your Charlottesville, could differ. I don't know the answer to these questions.
So give us the two answers. The one answer why it shouldn't be, and then the one answer. Derek Bach says, I'll essentially take cash from anybody because I got so many projects, so many good guys, and this is the way I'll do it. So I'm indifferent to where the cash comes from. Money's money. And if I got good guys, I'm the fiduciary that says these are good people and this is good research, okay? I'll take the cash from any source, including you. What's the other argument?
Let me give you that. I know in my case,
is your money dirty money?
If you live,
I just asked a question. Is your money dirty money?
No, it's not. So, in fact,
why is it not dirty money?
You know what's fucked up? I bet it ain't. I bet it is all legit because he's connected to everybody. He doesn't have to have dirty money.
Because I earned it.
But you earned it.
I earned it legally.
We went back to this before. You earned it.
Mm-hmm.
You earned it advising the worst people in the world, right? That do enormous bad things, and just to make more money.
So,
but he did it legitimately.
Instead of asking me the question, should you take the money? Because I think it's a legitimate question.
You think it's a legitimate question?
Yes, no
Why?
question. Because I think ethics is always a complicated subject. But I can tell you that with the money I gave to help try to eradicate polio in Pakistan and India, instead of asking me whether that money should be given to these children for vaccines, I think you might want to ask their mothers who received the vaccine, who know their child now won't get polio, and ask them if Epstein should have helped these people. If we walked in, you're a mathematician. You're a mathematician. If we walked into that clinic where they're giving that money.
Yeah, I'm saving all the children of India and Pakistan, so I'm entitled to a $3 or $1,500
now to these people that are in the most dire straits of poverty and sickness, and told them that the money was coming from class 3 sexual predator?
Tier 1.
Was tier 1's the highest and worst?
No,
I'm the lowest.
I'm the lowest.
You're the lowest. Okay, tier 1, you're the lowest. But a criminal.
Yes.
that the money came from them, what percentage of people do you estimate? I understand you don't like probabilities. Do you estimate would say, I don't care, I want the money for my children?
I would say everyone said, I want the money for my children.
Did they know where the money came from?
I think if you
See,
told them,
if
I told them
100%.
the devil
himself
said, I'm going to exchange some dollars for your child's life.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
Oh, that's where this was going.
No, but I do have a good mirror.
It's a serious question.
Sorry.
What the fuck was that answer? No, but I do have a good mirror. Like, what is he implying there? That he's trying to mimic the devil because he's a demon? Because that's exactly what that answer sounded like to me.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
I don't know. Why would you say that?
I don't know.
Because you have all the attributes. You're incredibly smart. You remember the devil is somebody knows.
Smart?
The devil's brilliant. You read Milton's Paradise Lost.
No, the devil scares me.
Satan is.
Of course
Satan
he does. That's how it is for a demon. Devil doesn't scare me.
He is at the number 1 or 2 archangel, and the reason he goes to hell and leads the rebellion is because he can't be the top guy. And his thing is, I'd rather reign in hell than serve in heaven.
I saw that in a movie once called American Dharma. I don't remember.
That's a weird ass fucking answer.
Remember who said it? Okay, we have to go.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
That was good.
Oh yeah. What the fuck? What in the fuck was that ending? Holy shit, dude. My brain just exploded. I don't even know what to say about that. Yeah. I think everything is operated by demons. I think the world is operated by demons. 1000%. I already knew that, but like, it's just crazy whenever it gets confirmed like that. And it's so weird, it's hard to deny it. Because he's being completely serious. Even when he's laughing, you can tell. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, and it's about to get really fucking crazy. I'm gonna go get my water real quick, and it literally will take me just like 2 minutes. So I'm gonna set up with this video again.
It is all of them. It is all of them. All of them.
I totally left the water at the house. It's only literally couple minute walk, so I'll be right back. I will set up another video real quick.
Told them
Before we get into
Ladies and gentlemen, John McAfee here. Arthur Clarke, the great science fiction writer of the 50s, was the first to say that any sufficiently advanced technology would be viewed as magic by those that did not understand the technology. The mainstream media has been using a technology called neuro-linguistic programming for more than 15 years. And that neuro-linguistic programming makes you think and believe things which are not true. Now, you've been deceived for years by the mainstream media into believing all kinds of things. That the Iraq had nuclear weapons during the Second Gulf War. No, we found out they did not. That the COVID-19 virus is decimating the world. No, it is not. How do they do this? Again, a thing called neuro-linguistic programming. Do you want to know what that is? Can I demonstrate it for you? Okay. I'm going to put 5 cards right now on the screen. I want you to pick one instantly. Now, pick one, stay with it, think about it. Gone. I'm going to shuffle these cards and put them back. I'm going to take one, put them back, shuffle them, and put them back on the screen. The card that you picked is not there. Yes, it's not there. Why? Because you have seen the magic of neuro-linguistic programming.
All right, I have returned. We're about to do a deep dive into some crazy shit that went on today. Not really deep. I'm just going to explore X and maybe watch some YouTube videos as usual, but it's going to be extra crazy because crazy shit's been happening. So, I'm going to see what my notification is. All right, hit the home button. Let's see what we got. What is this? Already. First thing, basically. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., they had to destroy ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine because if they had acknowledged that it's effective in anybody, the whole $200 billion vaccine enterprise would have collapsed. Excuse me? I mean, that's what I figured, but it's crazy that somebody that's actually in the government is saying that.
And I feel, honestly, even though I was in the center of it all, I felt very fortunate because I can have no questions about how it actually works, how the system actually works to go against people that are dissenters. I can have no questions because I was in the middle of it. I saw it. I saw it happen. I saw the CNN thing where they made my face yellow and said I was taking horse medication, which is that to say that and to repeat that over and over again is such a clear indication that they conspired.
And not only that, Joe Rogan got a guy from CNN on his podcast and he asked him about it, and dude lied and covered.
It's such a because it's uniform. It's horse dewormer, uniform. A medication that's used far more often in human beings. It's been prescribed for
billions.
Yeah, it's insane. And the fact that
they literally prescribed it to my grandma whenever she got COVID.
And the Nobel Prize for efficacy in humans.
Yeah, in humans.
Yeah.
It was wild. It was just wild.
They had to do it. They had to discredit ivermectin because
And the dumbass, insane leftists online, the communists, just marched in lockstep along with the people behind it because they were easy to manipulate. The people who were behind it were evil and liked to manipulate. So they fell for it. And they marched in lockstep. Craziness.
No, why? Because there's a federal law. The federal law, the emergency use authorization statute says that you cannot issue an emergency.
The people in the power of my party says this thing, so it's true. And if you don't think so, then you're a murderer.
Use authorization to a vaccine if there is an existing medication that has been approved for any purpose that is demonstrated effective against the target illness. So they had to destroy ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine and discredit it, and they had to tell everybody it's not effective, because if they had acknowledged that it's effective in anybody, the whole $200 billion vaccine enterprise would have collapsed.
How about that? How about that? The thing that we've been saying all along seems to be true. At least he's saying it. Maybe he's just one of us that's been saying it all along, and he just thinks it's true. I don't know, but I'm thinking that it's true if we're all thinking it. What's this guy? He was right about everything?
Oprah is a slave trader. Oprah is a slave trader. Let that sink in. It's 100% true. Oprah Winfrey is a slave.
This dude looked like he just popped straight out of the 70s.
Trader. Why do you think she has that school in South Africa? Why does she hang out with who she hangs out with? Oprah Winfrey is a slave trader. How is she a slave trader? Does the name John of God ring a bell?
Yes, it does. What I've heard about this. Did Oompaville cover this? Somebody did on YouTube. Wow.
There's a reason why Oprah is so powerful, and it's not pretty. What do we know?
There's a reason why all of these people like Oprah and who are connected to Oprah, people above Oprah, everybody around her. It's not just Oprah. She's just, another drop in the bucket of the disgusting, evil pedophiles.
About Hollywood? We know that you pretty much have to be compromised to be at a certain level in Hollywood. Who's at the top levels of Hollywood? This is not rocket science, guys. This is not rocket.
I don't think there's anybody at the top. I think it's all just connections, and there are some people who have more connections than others.
Rocket science.
I don't know. I don't know what we got here. Mel Gibson exposing Hollywood way back in 1998.
When I came over here, I was in my mid-20s.
Right.
Wasn't he Australian? Yeah, Mad Max.
The first time I really came over here. I had a whole bunch of weird paranoid suspicions about what the hell was going on, because there was a lot of stuff I couldn't understand.
Right.
And nobody was really bothering to explain it to me.
They don't.
That's how it works. I don't really think they know exactly how it works. They just know what to do, what they're doing, and how to manipulate it.
And and I formed a bunch of opinions about the town and about the people in it that were like, surely that couldn't be, because a whole place can't be like, Weird Town, where the stranger wanders in and all the people are in the bar and they all shut up when he looks at them, and they tell you don't go into the house on the hill, and it's like that. And then you go away and you think, no, I was wrong. I mean, that's insane thinking. I'm paranoid. I imagined that stuff. That couldn't be the reason for why so-and-so was acting like. Could it? And then you find out later on the track that you were exactly on track.
Why does everybody keep crashing out and doing weird shit in the streets in the same fucking place? Martin? The black rapper gay dude, what's his name? Lil Nas X? Like, everybody crashing out in the streets, man. In the same place.
With a lot of this stuff, not
It's like their programming broke.
specifically on track, but that you could, that some of your worst nightmares were real at the time, and you think, it does rip your life to pieces.
Does it?
If you'll let it.
Yeah.
And it's always pounding at the walls. It's these little guys, these little heathens with no soul downstairs with horns on their head with a battering ram trying to like beat your walls in.
Yeah.
But it doesn't take very long before you realize, or before it gets to you. It's cascading on you all the time. You can't get away from certain attitudes, from certain modes of behavior that this town and the industry dictate. And no matter how strong you are, when you come in off the farm with those convictions and a certain line of attack, no matter how strong you are going to be affected by this place.
No,
it's going to divert you from where you were going.
Sure.
You're going to be diverted. You'll eat yourself alive here.
And others will eat you alive.
And I think it takes
for
that
more
kind
power.
of cockroach
Or just to even protect their own asses.
resilience to survive in this town. I mean, this is a bizarre place. The social contract. You can't get mad. You can't get mad. You can't let it get you, because you have to make a deal with everyone else, and it's almost unspoken that you are going to be fucked over at some point.
I mean, as a matter of interest, do you think it's easier because you're an outsider who came in?
I think so.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, fuck all of that. I don't want to exist in a world where I know I'm going to be fucked over at some point. I just got to keep going. Nope. I'll move out to the woods. Well, that's kind of what I did.
it was glaring.
Fuck all that.
Because I was an outsider who came in.
Dude, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a celebrity. I wanted to be a rock star. I am so glad that I didn't actually try that and it didn't actually happen. I'm glad those dreams fell through, because I'd have been fucked. I was a dumbass when I was a kid. I'm still kind of a dumbass. Epstein's niece drops shocking accusations claiming powerful elites run child trafficking rings and follow ancient Baal-style beliefs, seeing it as a path to godlike control and power. Yeah, I saw this earlier, and I totally want to check this out. I'm going to ask Grok something about it, though, and see if it's going to say anything is fake about it. Potential misinformation. Is it his niece, though? Because I would like to know. Anya Wick, who claims to be Jeffrey Epstein's niece and alleges her family, including a purported Uncle Bill Clinton, participated in a satanic cult of Baal involving child trafficking and MK Ultra style abuse for elite control. The video revives Epstein-related conspiracy narratives by linking verified scandals to unproven occult claims, amassing over 23,000 views and sparking replies questioning authenticity, including one tagging Grok for verification. I'm going to check out what people have to say about this. What is this?
Yes, my family has an extensive family tree, and they keep track of who's been involved and who hasn't been involved. And it's gone back to, like, 1700.
And so you were...
Right. I was born into a family that believes in this.
And this is, does everyone else think it's a nice Jewish family? From the outside, you appear to be a nice Jewish girl?
Definitely.
And you all are worshiping the devil inside the home?
Right. There's
What
other
the
Jewish
fuck?
families across the country. It's not just my own family.
Really? And so who knows about it? Lots of people now.
I talked to a police detective in the Chicago
Who's the family?
area, and several of my friends know, and I've spoke publicly before. And
so when you were brought up in this kind of evilness, did you just think it was normal?
I've blocked out a lot of the memories I had because of my multiple personality disorder. But
that's convenient.
I mean, it's like if you grow up with something, you think it's normal.
Kind of seems like, what do you call it? Sensualization. There we go.
Well, I always thought.
So what kinds of things? You don't have to give us the gory details, but what kinds of things went on in the family?
Well, there would be rituals in which babies would be sacrificed.
Sensationalized. That's the word I was looking for.
And you would have to,
babies.
There were people who bred babies in our family. No one would know about it. A lot of people were overweight, so you couldn't tell if they were pregnant or not. Or they would supposedly go away for a while and then come back.
What the fuck? That's some crazy shit. If that's true, I don't know.
Yes,
I don't know if I want to watch this or not, but it's probably crazy. I'm going to take it with a grain of salt, but I want to check it out because it's crazy.
The Cult of Baal. B-A-L. My family masqueraded themselves as Jewish publicly, but behind closed doors, at Passover dinners, when I was drugged, would admit, we are Satanists. They told me that we belonged to the Cult of Baal, B-A''A''L. They told me this with consistency.
I've looked a little bit into Baal
while I was being abused. Now, what you can look up about the Cult of Baal, information that is publicly available, is that it is thousands of years old. It is
Yeah, they're not doing the same things that they used to do, though. They're definitely doing modern things, and it's definitely still just as fucking evil, if not more evil.
Phoenician satanic fertility cult. And publicly, it's supposed to have been eradicated. But to my knowledge,
you know how cults go.
in my experience, it is not.
Especially when somebody hears about it and is like, oh, the cult's eradicated. Okay, well, I'm just going to call my branch of the cult that, and it'll still be that name of the cult, just a different cult.
This is what people perceive the Illuminati to be. It is.
I'm going to have to look up right after this video the Trilateral Commission. Because apparently that's what Jeffrey Epstein says the Illuminati is.
A group of elites that practices forced and uses these crimes to control people. They happen to have a huge reach over politics and entertainment. To answer your basic question, why my family does this,
wasn't this guy on the PKA podcast? Hold on. I think I remember him being there. I'm going to still play this while I'm looking.
Because it was done to them. Because having one man bear as many children in a generation as possible.
He totally was. Yeah, I've seen this. I've seen probably every episode of PKA, so I've seen this guy multiple times. Yeah, that's funny. That's crazy that that's who I ended up watching.
And forcing them through.
I think he had a weird time in prison.
These traumatic events, they believe it creates a stronger bond, that creates more loyalty, that it keeps people from talking. And for the most part, they're right, because I'm the only one of my siblings who has directly spoken out about this. There are people who have hinted at it in their music.
Yep.
Of course.
We'll look at some more of this whole situation that she's talking about.
Justin Bieber has talked about being assaulted by Usher and Justin Timberlake. at P. Diddy's parties, but I don't think it's a coincidence they've only gone after Sean Combs and not his other alleged perpetrators who were born into the bloodline. There seems to be a level of protection for people who are simply born into that world, contrasted with people like Sean Combs or R. Kelly, who joined as adults. But I was not in the boardrooms. I was a child on drugs.
Yeah, and that's why a lot of Jews run Hollywood. They're actually just Satanists. How about that? I already knew that, though.
So I can't tell you exactly who organizes this, exactly how it happens. It's just speculation and memory.
And yeah, you're a very powerful speaker, and you're very well researched. And we've had a lot of
She sounds like the chick from Men in Black 2.
survivors come on, and we salute you, you know, for the level of detail.
No, 1. It was the first Men in Black. It was the morgue lady.
Knowledge that you have. I think it was David Icke who woke me up to the ancient cults and the bloodlines that continue to these generations. And I think you're the first survivor, perhaps, who's actually detailed how that has continued over the ages.
Well, I mean, underneath, you saw that comment with the Oprah thing. That kind of was detailed a little bit. But you'd figure that wouldn't get out if Oprah was involved, or that was the moment where she was like, what the fuck? How do I get involved with these people?
So if you could maybe
It's so weird.
expand on that a little bit, I think the viewers would find this fascinating.
By the way, I don't think that all of the web of disgusting bullshit all around the world is happening because they're a cult of Baal. But it's quite possible that there's a chunk of it that is.
What specifically would you like expanded on?
So what was the cult that you mentioned earlier, the ancient one?
The cult of Baal.
Baal, yes.
B-A-L.
Yep.
I know very little about it.
Same, but I know it was a thing.
My family masqueraded themselves as Jewish publicly. But behind closed doors, you know, at Passover dinners, when I was drugged, would admit, we are Satanists. Now, what I can understand is the public has caught on to this, but they call them the Illuminati, who are illuminated to the cult of Baal, who has successfully mythologized themselves as the Illuminati and convinced people that they are shape-shifting reptilians, you know, myths that can be perpetuated by the psychedelic nature of the tool that they use to abuse victims, which is used to delegitimize people who catch on to what they have been doing. And to be truthful, it was a reason I was anxious to come on here. You know, when people talk about seeing men turn into lizards,
I know your afflictions and your poverty, yet you are rich. I know about the slander of those who say they are Jews and are not, but are a synagogue of Satan.
makes everything seem a little bit more delegitimate.
Revelation 2:9.
Now, when someone has been given a powerful drug, their minds can experience something like that. They can witness something like that. And it's something that kept me very confused as a child. I'm in the material world, in this plane. I'm being assaulted by my father, my uncles, my cousins. But my mind is somewhere else. My mind is going on this fantasy ride. And when I awake, I'm very confused. I also believe there are people who have talked about these outlandish metaphysical, impossible experiences intentionally to derail conversations about the cults and their power in media and politics.
Which we kind of already knew that was happening. So I have no
How
reason to not
prevalent
believe her.
are these Satanists in high society, and are they disguised?
I asked Brave about it, and it was like, of course not. No, there aren't any Satanists pretending to be Jews. That's dangerous anti-Semitism. And I'm like, well, if it's possible that it could be done, do you not think that Satanists would try that?
Yes. They control so much more than I think even I can understand. I told you my father boasted that his grandfather was Walt Disney. Now, I remember when Viacom bought Fox, but Fox held a hard line on not selling the news station.
Oh, I wonder why that is.
Steve raged and cried for a month because that would have been a full monopoly on the American news market. I remember meeting all sorts of politicians, American and foreign, and entertainers.
I think the viewers would be very curious then about Jeffrey, and what's your view on his role in the apparatus?
My understanding is that he, I met him in Aspen in 2007, and that was a reintroduction. My father said, "Hey, remember your Uncle Jeffrey?" And Jeffrey said, "Hey, Anya, it's great to see you again." Jelaine was there. What they told me was that Jeffrey worked for Stephen.
He worked for
And
a lot
as
of people.
I've said, he's guilty for what he did to those teenage girls here in New York City and down in Florida and St. Andrews. But I do not believe he was in charge of orchestrating
Yeah, no
what
shit.
has been gone on in our family for generations. With my experiences, I believe he wanted to talk more about the other parties involved. And I know he didn't kill himself. I'm not sure whether they let him go and get plastic surgery and flee the country, or if they did,
That's probably what I think. He probably didn't even get plastic surgery. He's probably just chilling somewhere where they don't allow any kind of tracking.
kill him.
If he's still alive.
But I do believe he was a pawn, and that
I don't think he was a pawn. I think he was just one of the pieces. You know, he could be any of them. He might even be one of the returned pieces. Like, you know, whenever you get one of your pieces back.
his story blew up in the media to keep.
And there might be somebody that just, he filled the guy's spot. Somebody's going to fill his spot. And it's not really that it's controlled that somebody put him there. It's just naturally going to happen.
Keep people from looking beyond him. If Jeff
That's what happens whenever you fill in the cracks, or when you make it a point to fill in the cracks
Jeffrey was the one villain
with yourself.
in charge of it, then
He died. What happened here? My internet's still on. Why'd the video stop? Don't tell me this was removed or something.
he's dead, it's
Okay.
all over, everything's good now. And that leaves my father free to continue 3-year-olds and running Viacom from behind a veil while his paralegal runs his divorce practice, as he bragged about to me growing up.
So you're saying that Jeffrey wasn't involved in the full-on occult practices. He was just part of a machine, and then they just used him to make an example.
Yeah, well, oh, fuck, man. That's pretty much what I've gathered outside of what she's saying. I think she might be telling the truth. Or maybe she's not, and she's just also noticing the pattern of Jeffrey Epstein and all of the evil bullshit that's around him.
Example out of?
And that he was involved in?
He was involved in the full-on occult practices, but not necessarily of his own volition.
It's just what you gotta do.
I have memories of...
He was just wanting to, you know, study shit. Get ahead. Find new ways of thinking, new ways of doing things. And he was a fucking monster.
Men being forced to assault me when they didn't want to. I remember one man, this brilliant comedic actor, actually his better dramatic work.
I bet, like, the way she's saying it, it's like he had it in his head, gotta do what you gotta do. And you know what? That's fucking evil too. I don't give a shit if he was doing it for good. The ends justify the means. Nope. I'd rather die. I ain't getting involved in any of that shit for any reason. You'd have to kill me before I'd get involved in any of that.
My father's screaming at him, telling him to penetrate me, and he makes one thrust and backs away, and my father gets outraged and says, "You're going to come. You're going to come." And this poor man is crying
What the
throughout
fuck?
it. And I'm barely conscious. Jeffrey may have been involved in the full-on occult practices, but he's not one of the hardcore of this sickness where they are actually attracted to small children.
I think she's right. Honestly, I do. From all of the things that I've seen, he more had a part in, like, older kids, like older teenagers. There are some worse people out there. They're like actual cannibals that eat children. Apparently a bunch of that stuff popped up in the Epstein files, and I don't exactly think that was really Epstein. I don't know. I haven't looked at him. I think that was just part of this web of disgusting bullshit, that it was part of the world that Epstein was involved in. It was just his name was on it because he was the one that got ousted.
Yeah, Lady C mentioned that as well about a hebephile or something versus. So, in terms of Maxwell, then, who do you think? What do you think her role was?
I think she enjoyed it, much like my stepmother did.
Power.
I think she is as guilty of as Jeffrey was. But I didn't know her very well. I don't even remember a conversation with her.
Kind of obvious.
I remember
she's evil.
seeing her. I think she got off on the power of it. I think.
Yep.
I think with men who engage in hebephilia, it's more of a sickness that arises from their own abuse. Like my grandfather, my alleged grandfather, Walt's son, who worked for the CIA, allegedly faked his death to remove himself from my mother because he was so sickened by what he could not control doing to her.
I'm gonna have to get some confirmation on some of
I
this.
contrast that with my stepmother,
Like, you can say some of this stuff. I'm
who
gonna need to see it.
delighted in abusing me. And laughed at me when I was incapacitated by the drug they had me on and made fun of.
Because, like, I could see all the things she's saying being true, but also I feel like I already knew all the things she was saying was true, so she might just be saying those things.
Drooling on myself, being unable to speak. I think with her and with Ghislaine, I'm certain they were abused as children themselves.
Yeah.
But there's a different kind of psychopathy that grows within them where they get off on the power of it and abetting in these acts to please their partners. Now, Kari Epstein was more sexually attracted to me than she was to her husband, Stephen. But she did also do these things in order to stay in good graces with him. And that was more out of survival. Kari was a very broke cellist in her early adulthood with no familial support, whereas Ghislaine also comes from the aristocracy. She had access to her own funds independent of Jeffrey. So I can't speculate too much on what she gained from it out of psychopathic pleasure and sadism. A schadenfreude of sorts. But I'm not a doctor. She was not a large presence in my life.
This chick also has kind of a problem where she sounds like the chick from Men in Black. Seriously, she does. Like, she sounds like she might be acting in a movie. That's what it seems like a little bit. But I've also met people who do sound like that. I know a guy who sounds like this. And when he talks to you, he really does sound like this. And he sounds like he's always like a radio announcer or something. And he's not. So people can just be like that. So I don't know.
That speculation on her personality is primarily based on what I know about my stepmother.
So would you say then that some of the techniques used on you would be classified under the MK Ultra program?
Yes. Absolutely.
Could you explain that? Could you explain that for viewers who are not familiar with MK Ultra?
Okay. These drugs were administered to me when I was an infant. Macro doses were given every single time I was assaulted. And I was kept on micro doses the rest of the time in my waking life to maintain some control, some separation from my peers. I actually didn't realize until very recently that I was kept on micro doses, that I was kept on a small dose in my regular waking life. Upon analysis of what would happen when I went on school trips away from Denver for a few days at a time, we would take trips to Washington, D.C. or New York or California. On those trips, after 3 or 4 days, I would actually start getting along with my classmates. And they'd be amazed. They'd say, "Wait, Anya, you're really cool and fun. And we like hanging out with you." And I would end up being the center of the group and not understand why suddenly I'm connecting socially. But then we'd go back home. I'd see my family again. And the next time at school or at synagogue, I'd feel in my own weird little bubble again. So I was put on these large doses designed to knock me out when I was assaulted. Small doses to keep me complacent the rest of the time.
It's really fucking hard to believe her. It's really hard to believe this story to be true because it sounds so fucking insane. But at the same time, it's totally things that were happening, so I don't know. I have no idea. That's why I'm saying take it with a grain of salt. Because this shit's so weird.
What this
So
did
many people
essentially
connected.
was sever my memory.
Like, this shit is so connected that it literally affects every single person in the entire world. That's how bad this shit is. Because the problems trickle down. Everything is connected.
Everything that happened to me, everything that was boasted about to me, that occurred on those large doses, was locked away in what I thought was a nightmare fantasy world. I was primarily unconscious for the physical assaults.
This shit sounds crazy. She sounds crazy. Either one, it did happen. And this is fucked. Or two, she is making it all up. And she thinks it's real. Because I think she does think it's real. But she also could be acting. And still thinking it's real. Almost like method acting. She is moving forward as if her brain is saying it's real. And she's not sidestepping.
And if I was
Seen this happen a lot. People just make shit up like that and just roll with it and trick themselves into thinking that it's true while they're saying it. And they could line it all up because they know exactly how everything worked. So they just throw themselves in there or throw in some crazy shit.
awake, I was so high, I thought it was my own nightmares. This ensured I wasn't going to go telling anybody about it. This ensured I thought I was sick.
Yeah, once again, she's just saying this shit, and there's no evidence being shown.
My family does this. The Cult of Baal does this. They do MK Ultra because forging these trauma bonds forges more loyalty.
That's true.
And
But she also could just be saying that because everybody knows that's true.
99 times out of 100, victims will choose being with other victims over trying to speak to eventually prevent there being more victims.
She's right.
And I'm talking to you because the children who are going through it right now, one day, are going to wonder why nobody cared enough to try to stop it, to try to say something.
I wonder why that is.
Now they'll either find
Because it runs too fucking deep.
me, or they will choose to keep their mouths shut because they will understand why, for the most part, victims of MK Ultra choose loyalty over truth.
This chick kind of got him. She kind of got him. So, like, in the realm that she is lying, then she's just lying. And she's just, got the views because of this. In the realm that she's telling the truth, if they kill her, everything that she said is true. How about that? She got him in a rock and a hard place if this shit is true. All right, let's move on. See what else we got. What is this about Pizzagate?
Well, Pizzagate. It became a major story weeks ago when an armed man decided to investigate a DC.
I remember when the conspiracy theories were running hard about this one. But, I wouldn't put it aside everything that conspiracy theories all just become true.
area pizza place for himself. This man right here, he carried a rifle into a pizza parlor and then fired it at the floor. Media is telling you the entire story is a hoax or fake news. But what does that even mean? I spent the last month investigating. So what exactly is Pizzagate? And are there any actual facts to support this story? I've got to warn you, what we're going to talk about tonight will be disturbing to some people. But this is a reality check you won't see anywhere else.
Reality
Pizzagate
check with Ben
actually
Swan.
comes from the WikiLeaks release of hacked emails from Clinton campaign chairman John Podesta. In all, WikiLeaks dumped around 50,000 email messages, and it was from those emails that the claims that John Podesta may be part of a child sex trafficking ring come from. Now, to be clear, not one single email in the Podesta emails discusses child sex trafficking or pedophilia. That is a fact. But there are dozens of what seem to be strangely worded emails dealing with pizza and handkerchiefs. Self-described online investigators say that those words in the emails about pizza and the talk of handkerchiefs is code language used by pedophiles. So how did a DC pizza parlor get pulled into the story? Well, again, read any mainstream report and they indicate that Comet Ping Pong Pizza was somehow linked to this fake story and has no relation to anyone involved. But the truth is that's not true either. What media is ignoring is that the Comet Ping Pong Pizza place is actually referenced in the Podesta emails at least a dozen or so times, and that the owner
It's so
of that
weird,
place,
right?
James Alfantis, is a friend of John Podesta. He was
That's
actually
crazy.
named, this is kind of strange, by GQ magazine as one of the top 50 most powerful people in Washington. Yes, we're talking about a pizza parlor owner. Now let's talk facts here. There is no solid evidence that Comet...
If that's true, if what he's saying right here is true, no fucking wonder he was fired. Like, the most powerful people in Washington, D.C., they're not going to let that fucking fly.
Ping Pong Pizza is being used to run a child sex trafficking ring. But there are some very strange connections between Comet Ping Pong Pizza and a second pizza place 2 doors over, Besta Pizza, and the accusations of pedophilia. Now, this is where things start to get strange when you research.
Why would there be another pizza place just right a couple doors down? It's almost the same thing as like the Somalia fraud, you know? How they'll have a sister store just right next to it, and they're like, "Oh, we don't know any information. You go ask them the next door." And it's like they literally just told us to come over here and ask you.
This story. Now, to begin, I need to show you a 2007 unclassified FBI document. That document, according to the FBI, contains commonly used symbols by pedophiles to express their preference in children. I want you to see these images here. These are the images. Notice this one on the end, the triangle. That image signifies something called boy love. The pizza place next door to Comet Ping Pong Pizza, Besta Pizza, well, this was their logo until only a few weeks ago.
Interesting.
Clearly, you can see that the Besta logo actually contains the same image, I'm going to show you again, as that boy lover image. Interestingly, after Pizzagate investigators pointed this out, Besta Pizza changed their logo, and there it is now. They removed the triangle.
How about that?
Also, Comet Ping Pong, owned by Alfantis, is the place where a number of performance artists perform regularly. 2 of the groups that perform there, who you can see advertised, by the way, on this Comet Ping Pong poster, include a group called Heavy Breathing and another group called Sex Stains. Well, if you check out the YouTube videos by these bands, Heavy Breathing has songs that do joke about pedophilia, and the band Sex Stains has a video.
What?
Heavy Breathing has songs that...
Heavy Breathing and Sex Stains? Okay. Gotcha. So I got a list going here of things to look up.
Pedophilia, and the band Sex Stains has a video that includes, and you see it right there,
wow,
that same boy lover symbol. It's nearly identical to the one that the FBI does say is a pedophile code symbol for boy love.
Definitely going to be checking that
there are
out.
some strange things there. As for the owner of the pizza place, James Alfantis, well, he was one time in a relationship with David Brock, who ran Media Matters for America. Well, since Pizzagate began to blow up online, he has made his Instagram profile, Jimmy Comet, private. But An archive search of Instagram reveals a number of strange photographs and words with strange and disturbing images associated with them. Look, to the point where we can't show you those pictures. We're not even going to describe them to you because some viewers would find it too disturbing to share on TV. Now let's talk about the Podesta brothers.
I want to know what they are. I really want to know.
Because remember, it was John Podesta's email that was hacked. In those leaked Podesta emails, John Podesta talks about his close relationship with Dennis Hastert, the former Speaker of the House, who was recently sentenced to 15 months in prison for abusing boys years ago. He was referred to by the judge as a serial child molester. According to the Washington Post, visitors to Tony Podesta's home in Falls Church got an eyeful when they walked into a bedroom at the Podesta residence hung with multiple color pictures by Katie Grannon, a photographer known for documentary-style pictures of naked teenagers in their parents' suburban homes.
What? Who is that?
And to be clear, that just begins to scratch the surface of how strange some of this stuff is. And bear in mind, we can't get into a lot of the real details
look into
of
who
it
that is
because
here
of
in
the
a minute.
limits on broadcasting this
Definitely
on television.
look at that off screen,
but it is
though.
some very strange stuff. Now keep in mind, again, there is no proof here that there is a child sex ring being operated out of a DC pizza parlor. Investigators have already proven there's nothing to the story, right? Well, actually, no. And that's what you need to know. For all that is here, there has not been one single public investigation of any of this. Not from local police, not from the FBI, no one. And that has to be the big question. Not for Podesta or for pizza parlor owners, but for law enforcement.
With all of this evidence, why not just check?
Based on what may be or may not be here, the big question is, why hasn't any investigation taken place? That's Reality Check. Let's talk about it on Twitter.
Yeah, on Twitter. Holy shit. How long ago was this? In fucking 2017? Dan Pena hinting that Bitcoin was created by Jeffrey Epstein. I doubt that. Maybe he had a hand in it. I don't know. But I doubt
If you
he
knew
created it.
who was really behind Bitcoin, you would run as fast as you fucking could to sell it. I know. 100%. If you knew who owned Bitcoin or who started Bitcoin, you had Bitcoin, you couldn't sleep at night. I know. 100%.
You know, but nobody else knows.
And when the real founder of Bitcoin comes out, it is my humble opinion, and there's nothing humble about me, Bitcoin will go to fucking zero.
One day.
And a microsecond, whoop, like that. If you...
Yeah, I wonder. I bet it was like a group of people. Not exactly one. And they might have just created different parts and it naturally became that. Who knows? Internet's fucking weird, man. Okay, what's Alex Jones got to say about Pizzagate, since we just looked at it?
Ladies and gentlemen,
And then we'll get to this
the 3
list.
million plus Epstein files that just got released Friday are devastating. We've been reviewing them. It's got the smoking gun of human trafficking, sex slavery, torture, you name it. We're about to break it down right now. It is Sunday, February 1st, 2026, and I have had time to scan through much of the 3 million files and look at all the great research of human researchers and AI scanning of the files, and it is massive. It is so devastating, all right? Now, most of the media and a lot of leftist activists are trying to focus on Trump and the few things that are there, and we'll look at it, we'll look at all of it. But this is bigger than Donald Trump. This is confirmed Epstein emails with top Democrats and scientists and others literally saying we're having a pizza party. We got one piece of pizza for 7 people. We may bring more pizza. And now they're
What? Who all is in the Austin office today? Who's gonna want pizza? We only have one slice, and we need to know how thinly to slice it. What the fuck? Who? Chris Douglas? Who the fuck is Chris Douglas? Who the fuck? Hold on. Who the fuck is Chris Douglas? Chris Douglas. Who in the fuck is Chris Douglas? American ice sled hockey player? Is that who Chris Douglas is? I don't know. I doubt that. Chris Douglas Roberts? From Robin Blackburn to Chris Douglas. What the fuck is Chris Douglas? Chris Douglas, financial advisor. Is that who? This guy? Well, there's a lot of different ones. Okay, how about Chris Douglas Epstein? Who is that? Come on, Brave, give me something. There's no information about a person named Chris Douglas. Fuck you. Whatever. Moving on.
Glowing and
Somebody tell
empowering
me.
how great
Let me
this
know in the
pizza's gonna
comments.
be, and the types of pizza it is. Okay? This is very similar to what is in the WikiLeaks documents that came out in 2016 that were confirmed to be John Podesta in upstate New York at a secluded farm.
Excuse me? So we should have kept looking into it.
With a hot tub and pool and the 7-9-year-old kids.
So Pizzagate was real. So Pizzagate was fucking real? What? Oh, okay.
Delivered for his pleasure, and the Aleister
According to the government, it was real.
Crowley rituals. That's all real. And this stuff is even crazier. They're talking about torturing people. They're talking about the benefits of transgenderism to sexualize children. And they can't deny it. It's even hitting mainstream news. It is absolutely incredible. We're about to break it down right now. Now, obviously, the globalist system, the intelligence agencies that have been running all of this, and that's also come out in this and previous data, Mossad, CIA, MI6, and others, they're going to try to spin this and make it all about Trump. If Trump was implicated in this Aleister Crowley stuff and the sex magic and the pedophilia, I'd be all over his ass. But that's not what's here. It's all Democrats. It's brokerage firm heads. It's billionaire Wall Street titans. It's the heads of Harvard and the head scientists at Harvard and the head biological.
Is this the paintings that chick made?
I mean, it's unbelievable.
And
I posted on X dozens and dozens of these emails, and there's just more and more and more. All how this is a transhumanist death cult that seeks to basically destroy society. And if we will hurt our children, if we will make them a currency of evil, then we'll do anything. So I noticed as soon as this stuff came out Friday, I started covering it and talked about Bill Gates and diseases for underage girls and trying to drug his wife, secretly with antibiotics because he thought he'd gotten their disease. People are like, why aren't you covering Trump? Why aren't you covering Trump? All the stuff in there is Jane Does that were disproven to be false. All the rest of it. He was never at the island. The victims all said they never saw Trump except at Mar-a-Lago, one of them, and that he was nice. So Trump's problem is he got convinced of the new administration to try to shut it down. But you notice Trump came out last night and said, now that I've learned this came out, I'm glad I'm exonerated. No crap.
What did you think of the latest release of Epstein files, and do you think your critics will be satisfied with?
Well, they should be, because it looked like this guy Wolf was a writer, was conspiring with Epstein to do harm to me, and I didn't see it myself.
These Katie Grannon paintings are fucking insane. I'm gonna click off of that. Don't look that up, because you could just see it out on the internet. And we're talking about like fucking lolly porn and shit. What the fuck? That shit's way worse.
But I was told by some very important people that
that's demonic.
Not only does it absolve me, it's the opposite of what people were hoping, the radical left, that Wolf was a third-rate writer, was conspiring with Jeffrey Epstein to hurt me, politically or otherwise, and that came through loud and clear. So we'll probably sue Wolf on that.
But he was told for national security, cover it up. So that makes him guilty by extension of being part of this. And that's pissed a bunch of Republicans off that I'm telling the truth. But I called this a year ago from my sources and the rest of it. I've been covering this really before anybody. So you got one camp saying I'm covering up.
Well, so the Sandy Hook thing. What do we think about that? What do we think about the Sandy Hook thing now? I'm not so sure.
For Trump, another camp, saying that just leave the Democrats alone. It's about the facts, folks. You have the Podestas, you have the Clintons, you have Bill Gates, you have all these Harvard heads and all these other university heads up to their eyeballs at pizza parties with the single slices of pizza and things being delivered, and you have the FBI.
Wanted to check and see if you might be available for a pizza party next Saturday after the friendly Darien game we are having. It's been difficult trying to find a time that most people are available to participate, but seems next Saturday is the best for most. Please let me know. Thanks, blank. Sent from my iPhone. Who's the blank?
Manuals where this is all the key code words they use. That's also in the WikiLeaks. I mean, think about the magnitude of the stuff you're reading on screen. And go to Real Alex Jones and read it, or go to the actual data file that the DOJ released that we've linked to the DOJ at Real Alex Jones on X and Infowars.com. I mean, it is incredible. So listen, this is bigger than Donald Trump. Go after Donald Trump. You can find something great. I don't have a dog in that fight. Okay? And I said Trump mishandled all this. But you have the Democrats caught red-handed. And
This looks like Katie Grannon. This looks like stuff that she did.
Anybody saying you're covering up for Trump when we post these documents that are real is literally aiding and abetting these people. So I'm sick of the whole system. I'm the guy that coined the term false left-right paradigm. With Trump, he was more of a rebel. We had a chance to challenge that, and you've seen him come after him. He's far from perfect. But the whole world doesn't revolve around Donald Trump. So those of you saying don't look at this every time I post this stuff that's real, they don't challenge it. They just say don't post, you're covering up for Trump.
Yeah.
Bullshit. If I find anything with Trump in its substance, I will go after him instantly, and everybody knows that. All right? Also in the files are all these letters to Robert Trivers, the top evolutionary theorist biologist in the world, hands down. And Epstein talking about how great this is, again, to train us if we'll accept turning boys into girls and girls into boys, which is even real. It's like South Park. You can't become a dolphin even if you think so, have a fake dolphin fin put on you. That now people will accept designer babies, human cloning, everything, which I told you 25 years ago was the plan because it's in the Tavistock Institute, MIT.
Think of the most evil thing that possibly could happen. That's what these evil fucks want to happen, or at least drive to happen. So just get over here. What are you doing? Damn it, I gotta rescue her. Get over here. Now. Come on. I'll let you have it. Unfortunate time for the dog to wake up and want outside, but she's gonna have to wait a little bit. Ain't even time for her to go out. I usually let her out about 2 a.m.
6 documents. That's how I knew back in 2009 they're going to release a virus, have 6 feet apart, give you a vaccine that raises your immune system, because it was in different UN documents in the Rockefeller plan as well, the next year, Operation Lockstep. So I've known all this. I've exposed it before this stuff came out about Epstein being into cloning and having hundreds of babies himself. I said all that. Peter Nygaard got convicted of all this.
So does this mean that the interdimensional vampires are real? Which I already thought was real anyway. They're fucking demons.
He was heavily involved with Epstein as well. So now we need to say, okay, the public forced the release of these documents. We put pressure on Trump, pressure on Congress. It got released. 3+ million documents, hundreds of thousands of images, 2,000 videos. Now we need prosecutions. Now we need to beat the drum to prosecute everybody.
It ain't gonna happen because there's too many powerful elites involved. They ain't gonna let it happen. They'd rather let everything burn down than be caught up in this.
Involved. And that means a hell of a lot of Democrats. So the media is trying to spin this. Trump steps right into the trap of going along with the cover.
I think the only way to do it is civil war, honestly. And I don't even want a civil war, but if we try and do anything, the Democrats, the communists on the left, will start a civil war.
Up because they convinced him it was an attack on him. Now he's like, wow, see, this vindicates me. I'm going to sue the author, Wolf, who is in the emails saying, yeah, we know Trump's innocent, and Epstein saying he's innocent. So how do we cook something up to get him? But see, Trump has bad advisors, people that are in on this, people that are setting him up. It's absolutely disgusting. So this is a big, big, big deal. So go to Infowars.com, get the documents. We're posting more right now. We got links to the DOJ. Go check them for yourself. And that's important because there's also people posting fake documents online or edited ones where part of it's real and other stuff's edited in. But this is massive. There was a tip line set up that ran all the way until December of last year where any schizophrenic could just call in and say whatever they wanted. There's stuff in there about Elon Musk and Trump that was proven to not be true with known schizophrenics. But if you want to investigate that stuff and believe it, fine, great. Investigate that until the cow come up.
Yeah, all that stuff sounded like bullshit. The stuff with Bill Gates getting an STD, that shit sounded like bullshit.
But we have them red-handed with the Podesta garbage. We have them red-handed with the Bill Gates garbage. We have them red-handed with the head of Harvard and their head scientist and all the rest of it. I mean,
I don't think the STD thing was real.
It just gets crazier and crazier. So keep digging, keep looking, keep posting, and we'll be covering it all at Infowars.com/show, band.video. Just so much more. But just God bless you all. This is a big victory forcing all this out. Now we need to force the prosecutions. That's up to us. Look in the mirror. You got to take action. You got to get the word out. You got to make this the top story. And all you people saying, don't cover all this confirmed stuff with sex slavery, it covers up for Trump. No, it doesn't. You are covering up for the pedophiles when you do that. You find something real on Trump, let's go after him too. Bottom line, this is smoking gun proof of hardcore child abuse.
And nothing's going to be done about it. It's just going to probably keep getting worse. Pretty soon, I bet they're just going to be outright upfront about it. And they're going to know nobody's going to be able to do anything about it. And they're actually going to directly involve you. And you better be involved, or they're just going to decapitate you. That's just what's going to happen.
Torture and Satanism on top of all the stuff that already came out in WikiLeaks was confirmed to be real. If the Justice Department doesn't take action now with this information, they are complicit. And on top of it, it's all Democrats. It's all top leftists. Hundreds of them. Take action now, Trump.
He won't.
Whatever the future may hold, Infowars.
He's always taking half measures. Always. All right, let's look into these. I want to look into what is the Trilateral Commission. Trilateral Commission, Wikipedia is probably not going to tell me the right thing about it, but I'm going to look at it anyway. The Trilateral Commission is a non-governmental international organization, also known as an NGO, aimed at fostering closer cooperation between Japan, Western Europe, and North America. It was founded in July 1973, principally by the American banker and philanthropist David Rockefeller, an internationalist, also known as a globalist or a global retard, I like to call him, who sought to address the challenges posed by the growing economy and political interdependence between the U.S. and its allies in North America, Western Europe, and Japan. Which is probably why they have such a weird pedophilic culture over there. The leadership of the organization has since focused on returning to our roots as a group of countries sharing common values and a commitment to the rule of law, open economies and societies, and democratic principles. The Trilateral Commission is headed by an executive committee and 3 regional chairs representing Europe, North America, and the Asia-Pacific region, with headquarters in Paris, Washington, D.C., and Tokyo, respectively. Meetings are held annually at locations that rotate among the 3 regions. Regional and national meetings are held throughout the year. How about that? Most gatherings focus on discussing reports and debating strategy to meet the Commission's aims, which is to change the way things work in the world, like the fucking Illuminati. The Trilateral Commission represents influential commercial and political interests. No shit. As of 2021, there were roughly 400 members, including leading figures in politics, business, media, and academia. Each country within the 3 regions is assigned a quota of members reflecting its relative political and economic strength. So it's a fucking money cult. That's what that is. And they control everything. And they allow people to build systems upon them and basically leech money. And then hand that money back up to the top and they get a little bit. That's kind of how I think of that. Okay, I'm going to scroll down. Meetings, membership. I kind of want to see who the members are. Let's check out the list of members. Axel A. Weber has a Wikipedia article on him. Megan O'Sullivan, who is that? Former Deputy National Security Advisor on Iraq and Afghanistan. How the fuck about that? How about that, huh? Herminio Blanco, the people that had Jeffrey Epstein join them were also a national security advisor on Iraq and Afghanistan. Who's this? Herminio Alonso is a Mexican economist. Who is that? Directed the team that made Mexico the country with more free trade agreements in the world. 34 countries at that time. Current administration under Enrique Peña Nieto that brought the Institutional Revolutionary Party back to power in 2012. Began active promotion of Blanco's candidacy, blah, 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 blah. Candidate to the post of World Trade Organization Director General. How about that? Connected to the World Trade Organization. All these people are connected. They've got all the connects. Let's go back, see who Jeffrey Simpson is. A Canadian journalist. Simpson was the Globe and Mail's national affairs columnist, not communist, well, is a communist. For almost 3 decades, he has won all 3 of Canada's leading literary prizes. How about that? Winning prizes from Canada. The Governor General's Award for Nonfiction Book Writing, the National Magazine. Okay, let's check this person out. Jeffrey Simpson. Let's see if they got any connections. Bibliography, I don't know nothing about that. Whole bunch of universities. You got Stanford, you got University of British Columbia, University of Alberta. He has been a Skelton Clark Fellow, blah, blah, blah. He has also been a John V. Klein Fellow at the blah, blah, distinguished visitor at the... So, he's connected to all these universities. All these universities, by the way, are connected to each other by all of these institutions, by all these financial people, by all these international organizations. By the way, why are international organizations having anything to do with these universities? Especially in the United States. We should only have universities that are Americans, not international. What the fuck are we doing? Simpson is a senior fellow at the University of Ottawa's Graduate School of Public and International Affairs. Sounds like more international retardation. Who's this? In memoriam. Paul Adolph Volcker Jr. was an American economist who served as the 12th chairman of the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve from 1979 to 1987. During his tenure as chairman, Volcker was widely credited with having ended the high levels of inflation seen in the United States throughout. So, like, this dude was basically manipulating the system. He knew what he was doing. Who's this person? Richard Fontaine. I've heard of this person. Is an American foreign policy analyst currently serving as CEO of the Center for a New American Security. I think I've heard of this guy. New Orleans, international affairs from, dude, once again, it's just like, I know that they're part of this trilateral commission, but international founder David Rockefeller. Dude, all of these people are fucking insane, evil pieces of garbage that are just basically manipulating the world. And they got a bunch of other people to manipulate the world, and it just got worse. And they decided, you know what? We got everything. Let's start doing satanic rituals. Or maybe the satanic rituals is what led them to having everything. I don't know. Probably that one. Am I still on? Yeah. I don't care about the members anymore. A whole fucking lot of members. Hold on. I do kind of got to look at the members. Notable members. Oh boy, somebody needs to look at these people. Harvard. Like, what the fuck, man? It's like these international affairs, public affairs, citizenship. This is a Secretary of State, founder, CEO of Bloomberg. It's like, what the fuck, man? All of these people, there's so many. There's so many of them. All these people are connected. Basically just running different pieces of the world. It's a big club, and you ain't in it. All right, what else we got? Conspiracy theories involving the Trilateral Commission. I bet it's not even going to say anything. Some conspiracy theorists believe the organization to be a central plotter of a world government or synarchy, which literally is what the fuck they're doing. But it's not really like they have an evil council. It's like they all manipulate their own parts, and it comes together to be one giant manipulation system. In his book, Among the Truthers, A Journey Through America's Growing Conspiracist Underground, Jonathan Kay wrote that Luke Rudkowski interrupted a lecture by... What? What the fuck? That's funny that Luke Rudkowski also doesn't have a Wikipedia article. Is mentioned in this. Some conspiracy theory. I'm gonna have to send him to this. In his book, Among the Truthers, wrote that Luke Rudkowski interrupted a lecture by former Trilateral Commission Director Zbigniew Brzezinski. I don't know, the fucking person of color, in April 2007, and accused the organization and a few others of having orchestrated the 9/11 attacks to initiate a new world order. What the fuck, Luke? Based? Economist Anthony C. Sutton was critical of the Trilateral Commission's goals and methods, characterizing them as a rich man's club. Yep, big club, you ain't in it. Yet he also wrote the Trilateral Commission is not a conspiracy. Its membership list is completely public. It costs a postage stamp to get one. Yeah, it is not well, it would be a conspiracy. It's just not a conspiracy theory. It is a legit, real conspiracy. They are conspiring against you, and you're not allowed in. Because they are leeching on everybody, that your soul. They are literally leeching on your soul. They want you to do all the degenerate things. Furthermore, Sutton noted he had debated a high-ranking member of the group on a radio broadcast and concluded, conspirators just don't appear on radio talk shows to debate their objectives. No, they do talk about their objectives. They just don't talk about how they reach those objectives. That is such a manipulation right there. The ends justify the means to these people. They are willing to do anything to meet the objectives. Neoconservative pundit Charles Krauthammer mockingly alluded to the conspiracy theories about the commission when he was asked in 2012 who makes up the Republican establishment, saying, Karl Rove is the president. We meet every month on the full moon at the Masonic Temple. We have the ritual. Karl brings the incense, I bring the live lamb and the long knife. And we began with a pledge of allegiance to the Trilateral Commission, which might be a joke, but might not be. Haha, that's funny. I just said exactly the thing we're doing. And nobody realizes it because I said it out right, and I said it in a way that people don't take me seriously. I don't fucking know, dude. That's insane, though. I want to look up on YouTube heavy breathing band. I don't even want to look at some of this stuff. A Night at Comet Ping Pong. Let's check it out. 15 years ago. I'm gonna turn that sound off. Or actually, I'm gonna turn it off for you. Did you notice that? It's like children. The beer kegs, children and beer kegs, same place. I don't think that's allowed. Is that allowed?
The chickpea salad we took off the menu for a few months, and we had to bring it back because so many people complained that it wasn't on the menu anymore. We also have spiced wings, which are baked, spicy wings, which are baked and not deep fried, which are really delicious. The meat just falls off the bone.
Man, there's an awful lot of children, and the art is really weird. What is with the art? It's very, very strange. Like this person with the weird makeup holding the head, and then you got this person with the faces coming out. I don't know what the hell is going on here, man. That's some weird art.
Pizza, beer, ping pong. What more could you want?
What is this? This looks like Ghislaine Maxwell. By the way, that's exactly what this looks like right there.
It brings people in from all over. Just the ping pong.
I want to look at these. Bot lead. What is that? Allagash white bot lead.
Alone, and college kids. The best thing about it too is that it's somehow
Butthead opal, or I don't know what the hell is going on back there.
manages to be a family place.
Heineken Light.
It's a really chill bar.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. All right, let's check out more. So you got that, and then you get...
And of course, Mr. Sandy still below on the sax. Oh yeah, baby. It's the real thing. We aren't your average garden snails, motherfuckers.
Mind you, what the fuck are they wearing on their heads? Are those supposed to be like baby legs? What the hell is going on here? This is so weird. And like, what is this place for children? Everything that comes out of that place is either weird or demonic. Straight out of hell. Illegal actions taking place at Comet Ping Pong? No way.
Anyway, here we are together, and you all are very grateful that you are below a Subway sandwich shop.
Yes!
And Jerry is known to hang out down here. He likes the world sounds. Tamales.
And little boys.
And children.
I think I was his manager.
What the fuck? Seems like a weird ban for a family restaurant. That's what I'm saying. They're all weird. Whistleblower just got smoked at a traffic stop. What the fuck? Who? Edgar Madison Welch. Excuse me? Edgar Madison Welch. Who the fuck is Edgar Madison Welch? Edgar Madison Welch, January 4th, 2025. What the fuck? Was a man from Salisbury, North Carolina, who gained national attention in 2016 when he traveled to Washington, D.C. and entered Comet Ping Pong Pizzeria armed with an AR-15. So that was the guy. Motivated by the baseless Pizzagate conspiracy theory. Baseless? Ha! Ha! Well, you need to update, Brave. It's not baseless anymore. Which falsely claimed the restaurant was involved in a child trafficking ring linked to Democratic Party figures. Welch fired shots inside the restaurant, damaging walls and a door, but no one was injured. He surrendered peacefully and later pleaded guilty to federal and local charges, including assault with a dangerous weapon and interstate transportation of a firearm. In June 2017, he was sentenced to 4 years in prison by then U.S. District Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. What the fuck? Excuse me, what? How is it? Dude, the coincidences of that. The fucking coincidences of that. Holy shit. On January 4th, 2025, Welch was fatally shot by Kannapolis, North Carolina police during a traffic stop after officers recognized him and confirmed an outstanding warrant for a felony probation violation. When approached, Welch pulled out a handgun and pointed it at an officer. Failing to comply with repeated commands to drop the weapon, 2 officers fired, striking him. He was taken to a hospital and died 2 days later on January 6, 2025. The incident is under investigation by the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation. So we don't know anything about that yet. We just know that it happened. No body cam footage, nothing. We usually do get body cam footage from things. You think we're going to get it from that guy? You think we're going to get any information out from that guy? Especially when Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson is involved? Okay. All right. Well, that's so fucking insane. Oh yeah, I was looking up. I want to look up more of these. That shit was nuts. Well, I'm glad I looked this up. Heavy breathing. Comet ping pong. Sure. I kind of don't want to play it, but I kind of want to hear what he's saying.
Ding dong. Now, ding dong.
Hold on, let's restart it.
It might be costing years, thousands of years.
Thousands of years?
Ding dong. Now,
oh, it's that same person. Okay. I want to black breath, heavy breathing. Okay. Let's see. What's the place called? Comet Ping Pong? I'm just gonna look up Comet Ping Pong. Comet Ping Pong. What? What was that? Inside Comet Ping Pong? Let's check it out.
I can show you around. This is our dining room. This is where we turn the lights on.
I don't need all that.
What is with this video? I can't see nothing. This ain't gonna, especially when the dude's like, oh, come on in. Yeah, you can film. Yeah, whatever. I need a better video than that. What is this?
Like, you could show it on YouTube, but some of the stuff, like this Alafontis guy who owned the Comet Ping Pong place, that was this pizza place, like their Instagram page, like it's the most disturbing thing I've ever seen. That's, yeah, you'll see what I'm talking about. So I'll give you a warning before that in case you don't want to see it, because it's like, you know, it like pokes at your soul. Like, you could show it on YouTube, but some of the stuff, like this Alafontis guy who owned.
What is it? What is it? Can I look it up on Instagram? Oh boy, I'm gonna look it up down here on this screen. So go to Instagram and I'm gonna go to Comet Ping Pong and search it. If I find anything interesting, I will pull it up. Comet Ping Pong. Oh boy. No posts yet. I don't know if that's real. Look it up again. Comet Ping Pong. Copy that. I'm gonna just search. Straight up search. What the fuck? There's no way this is real. There's no way. Like, some of this got to be fake, right? I'm gonna roll through, make sure there's nothing too bad. Yo. What is this here? Well, okay. I think it's safe. I think it's safe. So let's just take a look at a few of these. Because holy shit, what? Like this one. Yo, that little baby loved the farm. That's not creepy at all. I don't know if that's real. Once again, don't know if it's real. But there's Obama. That's a weird ping pong table. I think this probably fake. White House Christmas party. Hold on, what? Somebody tell me if this is real. Jimmy Comet. I'm gonna look up Jimmy Comet. Actually, let me pull this back down just in case. I'm gonna make a new tab so I don't lose my place there. But Jimmy Comet. Who are you, Jimmy Comet? I need verification that some of this stuff is real. Cause you got stuff like this where it's like multiple people are sharing this stuff. Way overpriced, creepy. Spotted at Linda Tripp's Christmas shop. So weird. Sort of looks like a baby Linda Tripp. What the fuck is going on here? That's the one we just looked at. What is this? With that one? Oh, okay. That's so weird. What's this? The necklace at the end, what's up with that? What do you mean? I'm not gonna play that. I don't know what this is supposed to be. I don't know what this is supposed to be. Better show me something interesting. Double sleepover kickoff at Comet Ping Pong. What? Lisa Irwin was kidnapped from her family home at just 10 months old. I'm gonna have to double check that. Oop. Why did I do that? Lisa Irwin. Okay. Multiple incidents are referenced in search result, but none are related to the missing child, Lisa Irwin. That's what I'm looking for. Lisa Irwin. Missing. 10-month-old infant disappeared from her crib in Kansas City, Missouri on the night of October 3rd, 2011, just hours after her mother, Deborah Bradley, put her to bed. Her father, Jeremy Irwin, discovered her missing around 4 a.m. Upon returning home from a late-night electrical job, he found the front door unlocked, multiple lights on, and a window open, signs that someone may have entered the home. Key facts, last seen, blah, 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 current status, 14 years ago. Age progressed photo available through the National Center for, maybe what she looks like now. $100,000 reward was offered by an anonymous benefactor. Parents' stance maintain that Lisa was abducted and have cooperated fully with law enforcement. Investigation status. Authorities still believe Lisa may be alive, though no credible leads have emerged in recent years. The case has been featured on national media, including, well, if she was stolen by the Epstein people, she was probably eaten. So she was filmed. This is a picture at the Comet place. Pizzagate kill room found. Yeah, I don't know about that. Definitely gonna have to look into this shit now. What does this kid say?
Baby, they do something, sell it. They eat it, do sex first.
How do they eat the baby?
They cut.
Alive? Is the baby alive?
No, they inject it to make it go to sleep.
And
then after, Papa tells us to hold the knife, and then he puts his big hand on. He pushes it into the neck, cuts it. And after, but when it's upside down, so it's like, he goes like that.
How does the baby become upside down?
So you get a string, hang it up, and it's upside down when it's asleep.
Well, hang the baby upside down after they inject it?
Yes. Miss Margin, the nurse, she injects it.
Who is Miss Margin?
Miss Margin is a nurse of our school. She does the injecting. She pretends to be kind to my mom and tries to say be kind. And then after she injects. She's the nurse, so she pretends to be kind to mom. And so if I hurt myself, contact doesn't.
What in the fuck, dude? What have I gotten myself into? What rabbit hole am I going down? Is this shit real? Is this real? Instagram, I don't know anything about it. Instagram's a weird place. What is this? Heavy breathing live at Comet Ping Pong. I don't know about that. I don't know nothing about heavy breathing so far. I haven't seen nothing. Oh, fuck off. What is this? Please bring the hammer and the toy I like to use to Comet Night. Also, if you have time, swing by the office and grab my inhaler. Nothing gets my heart going like Sacrifice Night. What the fucking fuck? Hold on, shit, what? I'm going back to X. I don't know nothing about Instagram. Oh, you're not supposed to see that. bring that back, actually. So pull that back down. Hopefully there was no confidential information there. Don't think there was. I think you just end up seeing my Rumble. Yep, going back to X, and I'm going to type in Pizzagate and see what all information I can get about that, because holy shit. You mean radiating a soft glow with a look of bliss and excitement? Yeah, that's the pizza sent from iPhone. Blah, blah. She looks pregnant. Oh, okay. The Pizza Monster? That's fucked up. 2016. That's fucked up. I wonder if any of these happened after 2017. They're all going to be 2016, right? Because that's when they stopped doing it. Was when people started sniffing around. Are you sure this might not be a Jim Jones Kool-Aid event? Tequila, please eat my slice. What? Does the pizza offer include those of us who can't make the meeting because we're out here editing? Because if so, count me in. This email is color-coded in black and white and will combust in 30 seconds. Chris Douglas wrote. Chris Douglas. Head count. Who all is in the office? Okay, I saw that. We only have one slice. We need to know how thinly to slice it. Simply send a single response. Filed, color-coded, double-sided, and appropriately labeled, signed in triplicate, and set on fire. What the fucking fuck, dude? Okay. I think these people didn't realize that they were compromised. I'd like to add a few other points disclosed by the purported victim. While on this yacht, he witnessed African-American males having sex with white blonde females, all of whom were bleeding during intercourse. What the fuck? Thanks, blank. I didn't realize Bush blanked them too. Okay. On the yacht, he witnessed babies being dismembered, their intestines removed, and individuals eating the feces from these intestines. He was also by George Bush 1. Holy shit. Victim disclosed he was escorted to the FBI building by Michael Moore, who is the creator of True Pundit, described by multiple online sources as a conspiracy-driven news website that attempts to paint the FBI in a bad light. Moore has a criminal record as a result of an FBI investigation. Copyright infringement. Let me know if you want to discuss the former FBI agent that called this into the head office. Thanks. Crazy, crazy shit, dude. What is this? Where are you? Are you okay? I love the... What? From Jeffrey Epstein. Excuse me? That's insane. That's depraved. Who? What? Superstar DJ Avicii. I don't know who that is. Found dead after exposing pedo ring. Okay. Model who exposed elite pedo ring found dead after a tweet predicting she'd be killed. Who is... Oh, I remember this, but who is that again? I remember seeing her. Famous Argentina model and whistleblower researched an elite pedo ring in Argentina. Named top politicians and Pope Benedict. Is she dead now? Isaac Cappy. How much longer until they kill me? Heart attack, car accident, or frame me for a crime? I've seen this. Yeah, I've seen that. The filmmaker known for her documentary series, The Fall of the Cabal, has been confirmed as dead by suicide. Yeah, I bet. I wonder how that went. Now the world knows. This shit's fucking insane. I think Obama spent about $65,000 of the taxpayers' money flying in pizza/dogs from Chicago. Okay, for a private party at the White House not long ago. Assume we are using the same channels. They're all in it. It's all of them. It's every single fucking one of them. The Podesta's spirit cooking dinner. It's not what you think. It's blood, sperm, and breast milk, but mostly blood. With a sharp knife cut deeply into the middle finger of your left hand, eat the pain. That is some crazy shit that some meth head would write on a wall. When we began the pizza arrangement, I thought we were going to be more careful than this, operating from the White House, not what I originally had in mind. Remember that the hot dogs can come, but if you make a spectacle out of it, that would be our downfall. What was hot dogs? What was that? Was that underage males? Please know that I am speaking as a friend. You are the president and can do as you like. But I have to say, I think it would be wiser to restrict this activity to our predetermined locations. Let me know what everyone thinks. We can vote on it if you'd like. Thanks, Hillary. Is this fucking real? I mean, I know it's in the files, but is it real? I don't know if I can handle reading this shit, man. How much more is there? 911 times pizza is mentioned. Let's go for pizza and grape soda again. No one else can understand. Grape soda, I guarantee, is a reference to black people. Guaranteed. Pizza party was great. Who is this? Subject, re-spoof on Chandelier. The video I sent you with the amazing little girl dance. We had a lot of fun, stayed late. We all slept in yesterday morning. Your night was good? I want to know who these people are. Because this shit's too weird for them to not be part of it. We love you to have blank with us. He is too cute. Have a great week. What? Thanks for taking the boys for pizza. Was sad he had to leave the fun. Hope you have a great time skiing. Be safe. You got it. 410 will be there. Yum, that looks good. The boys are really cute too. I just need, by 4:10 p.m., he needs a quick shower, then going to doctor for his annual. Kids are hungry. Oh, okay. This is better than a Chinese cookie. See attached. Let's go for pizza and grape soda. Yeah, I didn't see that first part. Chinese cookie. Fucking disgusting, dude. More. Send pizza to Bobby. Wonder who Bobby is. May I bring in your slice of pizza to you? Respectfully, Daphne. Slicing a pizza. What does slicing a pizza mean? That's so fucked up. Does that mean they're literally slicing the pizza? Wow. No. No way this is real. No way this is real. Come on. Post promotes the debunked Pizzagate conspiracy by sharing a manipulated 2018 tweet from comedian. Okay. Family selfie at Teen Titans Go from here. Whoo! That was a close one. See, that's why I don't just look at stuff and believe it. I gotta check it. But yeah, it seems as though Pizzagate was fucking real.
At the crux of the theory is this belief that you are secretly saving the world from this satanic cult of pedophiles and cannibals. Does that sound like something you are behind? Or
well, I haven't heard that, but is that supposed to be a bad thing or a good thing? I mean, you know, if I can help save the world from problems, I'm willing to do it. I'm willing to put myself out there.
He wouldn't say it. He said problems. Like, I don't trust Trump. I do not trust Trump one bit. But I trust him more than the other people that would have taken his position. But I still don't fucking trust him one bit. At least I know that the leftists are out to get me. I don't know what Trump's doing. Joe Rogan and Ian Carroll discuss Pizzagate.
Those emails are bananas.
Yeah,
they're
and they're not explained.
they're talking about young kids who are going to be coming to a party to have fun. They're talking
They'll
about
be in the
pizza
pool,
and
they will
hot
be there
dogs.
for sure.
The-
$65,000 worth of hot dogs flown from Chicago for a
There's-
White House party.
The whole thing is like very weird.
Did you ever see the archived Instagram post from James Alefantis' Instagram?
No,
because that's a dark place. So that there's so many layers to Pizzagate that they tried to cover up intentionally for very good reason.
Well, how about the logos?
Well, the thing is, I avoid, in the way I've talked about it, I've avoided all the symbols and logos and even some of the pizza stuff because I think there's so much more ripe, clear evidence that is way more powerful. And James Alefantis' Instagram account is a great example where...
Can you find it online?
So you cannot find it on Instagram anymore. It's only been archived onto other sites, which is kind of sketchy because it's like, how do I know you're not adding photos and stuff? So you kind of have to dig and cross-reference over and over and over to make sure that you're getting sort of like the consensus, because everyone watched as it happened. So people like Liz Crokin, people like Alex Jones, like they saw these things come out, and you can find plenty of different archives of all of James Alefantis' Instagram posts. And there are things like photos of children with their arms taped to tables, and the caption is "looks like a fun time." And then people that have always been commenting on his posts, like the people that are interacting with his posts all the time, have even weirder Instagrams where it's like kill room, and there's a coffin that's open and things like that. There's like a post.
I'm gonna have to see some of that shit. I'm gonna have to look up some videos about that. Holy shit, dude.
A photo of like a walk-in freezer, and it's like, man, looks like you've been having a fun weekend. Things like that are just super dark. And a bunch of babies and a bunch of symbolism, a bunch of children, and it's all photos on their Instagram in plain daylight. And it all got scrubbed, obviously.
Jesus
and that's not to
Christ.
mention Podesta's art collection and the Marina Abramovich connections. It goes on and on and on and on and on.
I'm gonna have to save this video. Yep, I'm saving this. Let's see. Blah 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 blah. Throw it in my parabolic. Over here. Yeah. Throw it in the parabolic. Hopefully that doesn't kill my connection. It might. All right, let's see what else I can get going. What is this? I don't care. I know my smartphone's watching me. What is this?
I desperately want to know why Jeffrey Epstein knew so much about my work. And I want to know why he was connected to my graduate program. I was in the Harvard Mathematics department. Jeffrey Epstein was absolutely connected to the Harvard Math department. I want to know why.
How was he connected to the Math department?
You're pushing me to say things I'm not going to say. But I don't mind.
I'm curious. I'm not trying to push you out.
I understand,
Yeah.
but I'm just not going to do it. I'm saying that anybody who wants to...
You said he was connected to the Math department.
To the Harvard Mathematics department.
I don't trust anything that's going on at Harvard. I don't trust anything at all that has anything to do with rich people.
Did you know he was connected?
You can Google it. You could Google it right now. This is not... I can point at all sorts of stuff that's hidden in plain sight.
So I'll take your word for it. And the assertion that I'm picking up on is that Jeffrey Epstein was planted in your world to keep...
I'm not saying he's planted. I don't know who he was. I don't know who ran him. He certainly was not a financier in any standard sense.
Really?
That was a cover story, yes.
Yeah, it seems like pretty much everybody was covering for him. I don't even want to look at this. This is fucked. I saw this earlier.
Check this out. One image in the Epstein Files list contains...
You notice anything crazy?
An image that shows two chickens, and in the middle is something that's been redacted. But if you look closely, it really looks like a baby's leg. If it's just another chicken, why block it out? That's my point.
It doesn't even look like a baby's leg. It looks like an older kid's leg. And these are like big chickens, you know?
And you can see the full leg right there. And people, yes, remember when Hillary Clinton's emails came out when she was joking about sacrificing chickens to Moloch? Who's that?
I know who Moloch is. Isn't that the owl god?
Too many coincidences are here. These people at the top are all corrupt.
And I don't think that they were actually sacrificing to Moloch. I think it was Baal. That's what I keep hearing.
We've got to make a change. We need to go to the top
and they keep denying it. They keep denying Baal.
Be better. Crossing borders does not excuse responsibility. Arrest her.
Yep, arrest all of them. I don't even fucking give a fuck anymore, man. And if you think that we shouldn't arrest these people, you're complicit. And then you got to go too. What's going on here?
Beyond those who are already charged, do you think you've seen other crimes that might eventually get referred to justice?
Yes, we are looking at so many different leads on criminal activity by those who are in positions of power. And we're not going to stop until every single one of those is fully exposed.
You can say that. I've yet to see actually anything happen. You keep saying things are happening. You keep saying things are gonna happen. You keep dropping all this information about more and more bad shit happening, but we never hear about anything actually being done. We stole Maduro out of nowhere. Nobody really cared about that. We just kind of were like, holy shit, that happened.
The documents are provided either to Congress or the courts of law and make every referral we can to the Department of Justice.
The problem is the government's complicit in it.
These indictments that you've seen and the ones that you're going to see coming up here in this near future are just the beginning. But I have to remind the audience one thing. Everybody's like, it's 7 months. What have you guys been doing?
Yeah.
Well, they spent 20 years building this diseased temple of corruption.
I'm going to pull the whole thing down.
I think it's been way longer than 20 years. And I think it gets worse every time a catastrophic event happens. Like, I think Y2K was probably even like one of the things that they had to happen, that whenever they wanted to change over to a new world, but they were still holding on to old systems. 2009 happens, and Kablooey really is 2008, the end of 2008, and then Kablooey, there goes everything. It was because there was a shift, there was a change. And I think we're going through it. I think we just went through another one with COVID, and I think we're preparing for another one when we get close to 2030, and it's probably going to be before 2030. It's going to be chaos. I hope you're ready. That's where I'm going to end tonight's stream. Tomorrow night's stream is going to be even crazier because I'm doing some deep dives into some other stuff. I just ran out of time because I got interested in this whole Pizzagate thing because I didn't realize, holy shit, it was actually pretty much 1,000% confirmed. That's incredible. I have no words. Follow me on X, join the Discord if you want to talk to me, be on the show. That'd be cool. We can talk together about things like this because this shit's nutso, and I'd like to have somebody else here with me to take a look at it and maybe provide some new information, some different information, some new takes. Because it's just me here, man. And I feel like I'm going insane. I feel like I'm just kind of screaming into the void, talking to myself about, holy shit, I was right all along about all these fucking conspiracy theories. But I'm not the only one. I'll see you tomorrow. Or maybe not. I don't know. I'll see the nobody that's watching my views, my videos.